Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Carter. I adjust my tie for the 100th time, staring at my reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows of my corner office. The city sprawls below, a concrete jungle where only the fittest survive. And today, I need to be at my absolute best. My fingers brush against the sleek presentation folder on my desk. The Peterson deal. The numbers dance in my head. Projected revenues, market penetration, ROI forecasts. Everything has to be perfect. The blue Armani was the right choice. Zuri's voice cuts through my thoughts as she enters, a stack of papers balanced in one arm. She's wearing a blue dress that complements her voluptuous frame nicely. The blue color makes her dark complexion even more radiant. Though I had the Tom Ford on standby just in case. You know me too well. I turn from the window, catching sight of the silver frame on my desk. Mia's gap-toothed smile beams back at me, her first-grade photo capturing that pure joy only a 6-year-old can radiate. The board's assembling in 10 minutes. Zuri sets down a fresh coffee, black, 2 sugars, exactly how I need it. And I've already checked the presentation room, everything's set up. What would I do without you? Probably wear mismatched socks and show up to meetings on the wrong day. Her laugh fills the room, easing some of the tension in my shoulders. My eyes drift back to Mia's photo. This deal isn't just about expanding Reynolds Enterprises. It's about securing her future, building something lasting she can be proud of. Mr. Peterson's assistant called, Zuri says, tapping away at her tablet. She brushes her wavy hair over her shoulder. They're running 2 minutes late. Traffic on 5th, but that shouldn't slow you down. I nod, straightening my jacket. The fabric whispers against my skin. Another reminder of Zuri's impeccable taste. In the 6 years she's been my assistant, she's never once missed a detail, from coordinating my wardrobe to managing my impossible schedule. Right. I gather my materials, my mind already shifting into deal-maker mode. Let's go make some money. Zuri accompanies me to the boardroom and gives me a small whisper of good luck as I make my way in. Once I step into the room, everyone goes quiet. All eyes are on me. Hello, everyone, I greet, taking my spot at the front of the oval table. Are we all here? If not, I'm beginning anyway. We have no time to waste. The boardroom fills with murmurs as I lay out our expansion strategy. Charts and projections flash across the screen behind me, but Oswald Peterson's expression remains unreadable. His fingers drum against the polished mahogany table, his blue eyes narrowing every now and then. My phone vibrates in my pocket, probably another message from Mia's school about the upcoming event, the 3rd one this week. The numbers are impressive, Reynolds. Peterson leans back in his chair. But what drives you? What's the heart behind Reynolds Enterprises? The question catches me off guard. Through the glass walls, I spot Zuri at her desk, phone pressed to her ear. She's probably arranging Mia's dentist appointment or coordinating with her dance instructor. All the little details of my daughter's life that I should know, but don't. I built this company from the ground up. The words feel hollow, rehearsed. Our market share has doubled in the past. We've seen the figures. Peterson waves his hand. I'm talking about legacy, family values. What are you building this for? I pause, my usual confidence wavering. Peterson's words hit deeper than I care to admit. Through the glass, I catch another glimpse of Zuri fielding calls and my throat tightens. She's handling my life while I'm in here talking numbers. Well, I'm focusing on the good of the company, of course. The figures speak for themselves, I continue. But I can see the uncertainty crossing the expressions of the investors encapsulating the table. A whisper from the far end of the table catches my attention. Family values matter more than ever in today's market, one investor mutters to another. Look at Martinez Corp's success with their family-first approach. My fingers clench around the presentation remote. Sweat pricks at my collar. They're right. I'm pushing stats and projections when I should be selling them on something deeper. But what do I know about family values? I spend more time in this office than I do with my own daughter. If we look at slide 15, I click forward, but the numbers blur before my eyes. More whispers ripple through the room. But what about his angle? The public's perception? Another hushed conversation reaches my ears. Single father, I heard. Always working. The truth stings. Here I am, trying to convince them I can lead this merger when I can't even manage to attend one of Mia's dance recitals. Peterson's steady gaze bores into me, waiting for something more substantial than profit margins. Let's move on to the integration timeline, shall we? I begin, but Peterson cuts me off with a raised hand. Mr. Reynolds, perhaps we should take a break and regroup later. Give everyone a chance to refresh their coffee. My jaw clenches. This isn't going how I planned. Not even close. The room feels suffocating, and for the first time in years, I'm not the most confident person at the table. Through the glass, Zuri catches my eye. She must sense something's wrong because her brow furrows with concern. She's been more of a parent to Mia these past few years than I have, and suddenly that reality hits me like a punch to the gut. I storm back towards my office after leaving the boardroom, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the glass. The presentation folder hits my desk with a thwack. The whole meeting went sideways the moment Peterson started talking about family values. My fingers rake through my hair, messing up the careful styling. I drop into my chair and pull out my phone, scrolling through my gallery until I find the video from last spring. Mia's face fills the screen, her curls bouncing as she performs Hey Diddle Diddle, complete with dramatic hand gestures. She'd spent weeks practicing it for her kindergarten showcase, a showcase I missed because of a conference call in Tokyo. Hey Diddle Diddle, the cat and the fiddle! Her voice rings clear through the phone speaker. She stumbles on a few words, giggles, then continues with even more enthusiasm, the way her eyes light up when she nails the ending. A soft knock interrupts the video. Zuri stands in the doorway, concern etched across her features. Those damn perceptive eyes of hers catch everything. Carter, everything okay? Fine. I click the phone off, shoving it in my pocket with more force than necessary. Just peachy keen. My jaw clenches, the muscle twitching with tension. She steps inside, her heels clicking against the hardwood. The familiar scent of her jasmine perfume trails behind her. The meeting didn't go as planned. I said I'm fine. The words come out sharper than intended, like daggers I can't pull back. She doesn't deserve that. Not with everything she does for Mia and I. Zuri's lips press together, and she studies me with those knowing hazel eyes. She doesn't believe me. She never does when I put up walls. But instead of pushing, she gives a slight nod. Her composure only makes me feel like more of a jerk. I'll be at my desk if you need anything. She turns to leave, pausing at the door. For a moment, it looks like she might say something else, but she just shakes her head and walks out. The click of her heels fades down the hallway, leaving me alone with my guilt, and the echo of my daughter's laughter still playing in my head. The moment she's gone, I pull the phone back out. Mia's face appears again, innocent and joyful, completely unaware that her father's building an empire at the cost of missing her childhood. The little dog laughed to see such sport. Her voice fills the empty office, but it doesn't chase away the hollow feeling in my chest. I toss my phone onto the desk, Mia's voice fading into silence. The city stretches endlessly through my window, skyscrapers reaching toward clouds, each one a testament to ambition and drive. My empire. But what good is an empire without an heir who knows her father? My fingers drum against the mahogany desk. The Peterson deal would secure Reynolds Enterprises as the dominant force in the market. Years of strategic planning, countless sleepless nights, and ruthless negotiations have led to this moment. And I'm messing it up because I can't convince them I understand family values. The calendar notification on my computer screen blinks. Mia, dance recital, Thursday 6 p.m. 3 days from now. I've already rescheduled twice for business meetings. The thought of disappointing her again twists my gut. What's the point of all this? I mutter, gesturing at the skyline. The view that used to fill me with pride now feels hollow, empty, like the chair at Mia's dinner table when I work late. The Peterson deal could set her up for life. Financial security, opportunities, a legacy. But what about the memories? The bedtime stories I'm too tired to read. The school plays I watch through Zuri's video recordings. Sighing, I lean back in my chair. I don't know how to fix this. The only thing I know well is to dive deeper into my work, using the numbers and the meetings to take my mind off of everything else. But that's not working anymore. And it's not going to help me secure the deal with Oswald Peterson, who is staring through my facade as if I'm a piece of looking glass.
Chapter 2. Zuri. The sharp click of my heels echoes through the empty office corridor as I make my way to my desk. It's barely 6 a.m., but the schedule today demands an early start. I smooth down my navy pencil skirt and adjust my white silk blouse before settling into my chair. My to-do list stretches across my planner like a road map of chaos. Board meeting preparations, lunch reservations, and Mia's ballet recital costume pickup, all competing for attention. The familiar scent of my Jo Malone perfume mingles with fresh coffee as I push my glasses up and boot up the computer. A smile tugs at my lips as I recall dropping Mia off at school yesterday. Her tiny hand had gripped mine tight as we walked to her classroom, her backpack bouncing with each skip. "You know what, Zuri? Jenny said she's my best friend, but I told her you're my real best friend. Is that right?" I'd crouched down, adjusting the rainbow bow in her curly hair. "Uh-huh, because you always listen to my stories, and you make the best voices when you read books. Plus, you know how to make Daddy laugh when he's grumpy." My heart had swelled. I might just be Carter's assistant on paper, but these precious moments with Mia mean everything. She'd wrapped her arms around my neck, planting a sticky kiss on my cheek before bouncing into her classroom. Now, as I organize Carter's schedule, I catch myself touching the spot where her kiss landed. Being an assistant to a billionaire CEO comes with its challenges, but moments like these make it worthwhile. I pull up Carter's calendar, ready to tackle the day ahead. The corner of my desk holds a framed photo from Mia's first day of kindergarten. Her gap-toothed grin shines through, dark curls framing her face. I trace the edge of the frame, remembering the day I first laid eyes on her. My God, she was only a baby back then, so small and innocent, not understanding the gravity of losing a mother at such a young age. The loss of my own mother at 12 left a hollow space that never quite healed. But Mia? She walked right into that empty space and filled it with giggles, crayon drawings, and endless questions about everything under the sun. I pull out my phone, scrolling through photos. There's Mia at the zoo, pressing her nose against the penguin exhibit. Another of her fast asleep on my couch during movie night, popcorn scattered across her princess pajamas. Each image tells a story of trust built moment by moment. My best friend Rachel keeps telling me I'm too invested. You're her father's employee, Z. Don't forget that. But how can I explain? When Mia crawls into my lap after a nightmare or brings me dandelion bouquets from the playground, it's not about job descriptions anymore. The way she looks at me, like I hang the moon and stars, makes me want to be worthy of that trust. My phone buzzes with a text from my sister. Girls' night tonight? I type back a quick rain check before setting the phone aside. These days, my closest friendships have shifted. Sure, I still meet the girls for brunch or shopping, but my heart belongs to evening story times and Saturday morning pancake battles with flour-covered faces. And Carter. I push that thought away, focusing instead on straightening the papers on my desk, but his presence lingers at the edges of my mind. The way his eyes crinkle when he laughs at my terrible jokes. How he remembers I take my coffee with 2 sugars, 2 creams. The quiet moments when I catch him watching Mia and me together. Something unreadable in his expression. Pushing those thoughts away, I dive into the day's work. Organizing Carter's life is a behemoth task on his own. The man has emails and calls coming in nearly every 5 minutes, and it's up to me to make sure that everything gets sorted. Call after call, email after email, and the morning moves along by. Around me, the office slowly fills up as more and more employees come at the more regular hours of 9 and 10 a.m. I stifle a sigh as the phone rings for the 10th time this morning. Carter Reynolds' office. Tell Carter the Shanghai deal needs his signature by noon. The caller's voice crackles with urgency. Mr. Reynolds is in meetings until 2. I'll have the papers on his desk the moment he returns. I maintain my professional tone while adding another task to my growing list. My eyes drift to Carter's closed office door. He came in like a tornado an hour ago, shutting himself in the office without giving anyone a moment's acknowledgement. Through the glass partition, I catch glimpses of him pacing, phone pressed to his ear. His suit jacket's off, sleeves rolled up, revealing tanned forearms. He runs his fingers through his dark hair, messing up its perfect style. My phone pings with a text from Chantal. She's the stepmother to a young boy named Kinsley, who has become one of Mia's favorite friends. Girl, Elena's finally sleeping through the night, but Kinsley's bouncing off the walls. Any chance Mia wants a play date? Perfect timing. I've noticed Mia's been talking about Kinsley nonstop since they worked on their class project together. Absolutely. I can watch them both on Friday after school if you need a break. You're an angel. Jonas and I haven't had a moment to breathe since Elena started teething. Kinsley's such a sweetheart, but that boy has energy. I smile, remembering how Kinsley had charmed everyone at the school bake sale with his superhero impressions. Happy to help? Perfect. You're seriously the best. The intercom buzzes. Carter's voice fills my office. Zuri, can you come in here? My heart skips. Ridiculous how 3 simple words can send butterflies through my stomach. I smooth my skirt, grab my tablet, and step into his office. These projections for next quarter. He looks up, and for a moment our eyes lock. Something shifts in his expression, softening the sharp lines of his face. Then he clears his throat, all business again. They need revision before the board meeting. I perch on the edge of his desk, leaning over to look at his screen. His cologne wraps around me. I'll have Sarah from accounting update them right away. Our fingers brush as I take the papers he hands me. Electric, dangerous. I pull back, reminding myself of boundaries and professional distance. But God, it's getting harder every day. Exiting his office, I close the door gently behind me and take a deep breath. This is turning out to be a pretty long day. Eventually, noontime comes around and my stomach growls. After hours of work and no time for breakfast, thanks to an endless stream of emails and calls, my stomach becomes increasingly loud the longer I prolong my break. I grab my turkey and avocado sandwich from my desk drawer and head to Ava's office, desperate for a moment to decompress. She's already perched on her desk, salad balanced on her knee, scrolling through her phone with her free hand. Spill it. Ava points her fork at me, a piece of lettuce dangling precariously. She's got pretty blonde hair and blue eyes, with an impressive engagement ring resting on her finger. You've got that look. What look? I sink into her visitor's chair, unwrapping my sandwich and avoiding her knowing gaze. The leather squeaks beneath me as I shift uncomfortably. I'm having feelings for my boss, but I'm pretending I'm not look. You might as well have it tattooed on your forehead. Am I that obvious? Only to someone who's known you for a while. She leans forward, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. So what happened? And don't you dare leave out any details. I pick at the crust of my bread. Nothing happened. That's the problem. Every time our hands brush, or he gives me that smile, you know, the one where his eyes crinkle at the corners, I drop my head into my hands. God, I sound like a teenager. You sound like someone who's falling for a very attractive, very single man, who happens to be my boss and Mia's father. I straighten up. I can't risk what I have with them. Mia needs stability, not some romantic drama if things go wrong. Or maybe she needs two people who clearly care about her and each other to get their act together. My phone buzzes before I can respond. It's Carter. Just seeing his name on the screen makes my pulse quicken, which is ridiculous. I'm not some lovesick teenager. I'm a grown woman who should have better control of her emotions. But with his high cheekbones, strong jawline, and dark hair, I find myself getting weaker in the knees just by being around him for too long. Things didn't used to be like this. How I long for those simpler days again. Need your help planning Mia's birthday next week? Dinner at my place tomorrow to discuss? She'll be at her grandparents'. My heart does a backflip, then a cartwheel for good measure. I show Ava the text, knowing she'll see right through any attempt to play it cool. Girl. She wiggles her eyebrows, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Dinner at his place? Just the two of you? To plan a 6-year-old's birthday party, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. This is strictly business. Keep telling yourself that. She grins, reaching for her coffee. Meanwhile, I'll be here watching you two dance around each other for another year. At this rate, Mia will be graduating college before either of you makes a move. I type back a quick, sounds good, before I can overthink it, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach at the thought of being alone with Carter in his home. His very large, very private home. God, I need to get it together.
Chapter 3. Carter. I stare at the sun setting through my office window, watching the sky become engulfed in radiant pinks and oranges. The crystal tumbler in my hand catches the light, amber liquid swirling as my phone buzzes against my desk. The name of my business partner flashes on the screen. Marcus, I answer, setting down my drink. We've got a situation with the Peterson pitch, as I'm sure you already know. Marcus's voice carries that edge I've learned to dread. Just got some more intel from their board. They're looking for more than just numbers. What do you mean? They want the whole package, Carter. Family values, stability, the American dream. Word is, Oswald Peterson won't back any venture unless he sees a strong family unit leading it. My jaw clenches. Since when does my personal life factor into $1 billion deal? Since Peterson lost his wife last year, man's gone soft. Wants to leave a legacy beyond profit margins. Marcus pauses. A single dad who buries himself in work? That's not the image they're buying. This is ridiculous. I rake my fingers through my hair. The projections are solid. Our track record won't matter if Peterson doesn't see what he wants to see. We need this deal, Carter. The board's breathing down my neck. I end the call and slam the phone down. I pace my home office, mind racing through scenarios. In my peripheral vision, Mia's drawings that hang on the wall catch my attention. Stick figures of her and me, just the two of us. Always just the two of us. Sleep evades me that night. I toss in my king-sized bed, sheets tangling around my legs as Marcus's words echo. The red numbers on my alarm clock mock me. 2:17 a.m., 3:44 a.m., 4:52 a.m. My fingers drum against my chest as I stare at the ceiling. Finding someone just to appease investors feels wrong. Using them feels worse. But losing this deal? It would cost hundreds of jobs, years of work, everything I've built. The sky begins to lighten outside my window. Another sleepless night. Another impossible choice. All of the expectations, from the board, from Peterson, from myself, presses down like a physical force. Instead of moping around for any longer, I get up and start getting ready for the day's work. I say goodbye to Mia as she gets ready for her day at school, with Melinda, one of her nannies, dropping her off later. Zuri sometimes does that when she gets the chance, but today is not one of those days. The drive into the city helps me keep my thoughts off the pressing issues, but every now and then, reality comes trickling back in to ruin the mood. The damn Peterson deal is making me lose my mind. I need to be the ideal family man, so he says. And that could only mean one thing. I need to find a wife. Fast. My body moves on autopilot once I get to the skyscraper that I call my own. A personal elevator awaits me that takes me to the top floor where my office and conference rooms are. People pass me, nodding their heads and saying hello, but I can hardly even hear them. My thoughts are too loud. A deep sigh escapes me as I stride into the conference room, my team already assembled around the polished oak table. Coffee cups and tablets litter the surface as my executives tap away at their devices. The city skyline stretches behind them through floor-to-ceiling windows. Let's get started. I drop into my chair at the head of the table. Marcus briefed you all on the Peterson situation? Nods circle the room. Sarah, our head of marketing, launches into her presentation. I've prepared a comprehensive strategy focusing on our market penetration and projected growth. Skip to the relationship building segment. I drain my coffee and start pouring myself another mug. I'll probably need 4 of these to keep me going. Of course. She swipes through slides. We're looking at traditional networking channels, golf outings, charity galas. What about the personal angle? Marcus interrupts from his seat beside me. Peterson needs to see more than numbers. The room falls silent. My fingers drum against the armrest. We could highlight the company's family-friendly policies, someone suggests, or showcase our work-life balance initiatives. Jesus Christ. I push back from the table. You're missing the point. Peterson isn't looking for corporate HR nonsense. Then what exactly are we looking for? Sarah's brow furrows. He wants to see a stable family man leading this company. My voice comes out sharper than intended. Not policies, not initiatives. A Norman Rockwell painting come to life. The room shifts uncomfortably. These people understand spreadsheets and profit margins. They don't grasp what Peterson's really asking for. Maybe we could arrange some photo ops with Mia, Sarah ventures. My daughter isn't a prop. The words come out as a growl. Marcus clears his throat. Carter's right. We need something more authentic. The discussion devolves into suggestions about company picnics and team-building exercises. I watch them talk in circles, their voices becoming background noise. None of them understand. They can't fix this with the marketing strategies or corporate events. I know exactly what will fix this, and it pisses me off that it's even gotten to this point. I stride out of the conference room, my blood still boiling from the meeting's futile suggestions. Richard Thompson, one of our senior investors, catches me in the hallway. His expensive Italian loafers squeak against the floor as he falls into step beside me. Carter! Just the man I wanted to see. He claps my shoulder. Heard about the Peterson situation? Not now, Richard. You know what they say, all the PowerPoints in the world can't beat a good old-fashioned family portrait. He chuckles at his own joke. My wife's cousin is single, you know. Lovely girl, comes from good stock. I stop walking. I don't need your matchmaking services. His smile falters. Just trying to help, son. Sometimes the simplest solution. We're done here. I leave him standing in the hallway, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. Back in my office, I collapse into my chair. Zuri appears in the doorway, tablet in hand. Cancel everything for the next hour. I loosen my tie. And come in here. Close the door. She does as asked, settling into the chair across from my desk. Her dark hair sweeps smoothly over her shoulder, and her eyes. They're so full of warmth and concern that it awakens something within my chest, a feeling that I want to ignore. That bad? She asks. Worse. I run my hands over my face. Peterson won't even consider the deal unless I present some picture-perfect family image, like I'm auditioning for a damn Hallmark movie. That's ridiculous. You know what's ridiculous? That I might lose this deal because I'm a single father. My fists clench. All those nights I spent building this company, making sure Mia would have everything she needs. And it could all fall apart because I don't have a wife playing hostess at dinner parties. Zuri leans forward. Carter, you're an amazing father. Mia adores you. Yeah? Tell that to Peterson. I stand up, pacing. What happens when she's older? When she realizes her dad's company failed because he couldn't give her a proper family? Stop. Zuri's voice is firm. Mia doesn't need a proper family. She needs you exactly as you are. You give her everything she needs. Zuri's eyes lock with mine. And she talks about you constantly. About how you read her stories, how you take her to the park. And what about when I'm stuck in meetings when I have to travel? I stop pacing, gripping the back of my chair. Face it, I'm half a parent at best. That's not true. Isn't it? The words taste bitter. I missed her school play because of the goddamn Singapore deal. Her teacher asked her where I was, you know that? Right in front of all the other parents. You FaceTimed her that night. You made her feel special. By what? Watching a recorded video? I shake my head. And now this Peterson stuff. I either tank the company or start interviewing potential wives like I'm casting for a role. Zuri stands up, crossing her arms. So what's your plan? Marry someone you don't love just to close a deal? If that's what it takes. The words come out before I can stop them. And what message does that send Mia? That marriage is just another business transaction? Her words are sobering. She's right. Of course she's right. But what choice do I have? I don't know what else to do. My voice comes out quieter than intended. If I lose this deal, hundreds of people lose their jobs. If I fake my way through it, I teach my daughter that relationships are disposable. Either way, I fail someone. Zuri steps closer, close enough that I catch the subtle scent of her perfume. You're not failing anyone. You're trying to do right by everyone. Maybe that's the problem. What do you mean? Maybe you need to decide who you're really trying to please here. Peterson? The board? Or Mia? All of them. All at once, I reply, meeting Zuri's gaze. Her shoulders slump slightly. Zuri, I don't have any other choice. I'm working my butt off to make sure everyone ends up happy. She frowns. But will that make you happy, Carter? That doesn't matter, I reply, shaking my head. That doesn't matter. Although Zuri opens her mouth, she doesn't say anything. Instead, she stares down at her tablet and starts tapping away. Now I'm failing my trusted assistant, too. Thanks for coming in here and talking to me about this chaos I'm in, I say, trying to lighten the mood. You mean a lot to Mia and I. Zuri looks up at me and smiles. I just want you to realize what a great man you are. You're a great father in every way. Stop selling yourself short. For some reason, when those words come out of Zuri's mouth, they're a lot more potent. She knows me better than anyone else, so there must be some semblance of the truth to her words. I didn't get this far in life by being a loser after all.
Chapter 4. Zuri. I step into Carter's office, files tucked under my arm, and catch him massaging his temples with his eyes squeezed shut. The sight of his broad shoulders hunched over his mahogany desk tugs at something in my heart. Looks like someone needs their afternoon pick-me-up. I tap my knuckles against his door frame, watching him for any reaction. Want me to grab you that coffee from the lobby? The one that costs more than my hourly wage? I hear they just got in some fancy new Brazilian roast that'll knock your socks off. Carter lifts his head, those dark eyes meeting mine. His lips barely twitch, the usual spark of amusement notably absent. Not the reaction I was hoping for. Something's definitely off with him today. Did you hear about Mia's latest art project? I move closer to his desk, trying to lighten the mood with his favorite subject. She made this. Adorable. Not now, Zuri. His voice comes out rough, strained, like he's been arguing with someone on the phone all morning. The weight of whatever's bothering him hangs heavy in the air, making the spacious office feel oddly claustrophobic. Instead of retreating like my instincts suggest, I settle into the plush leather chair across from him, smoothing my skirt over my knees. If there's one thing I've learned about Carter Reynolds in my time here, it's that sometimes he needs someone to push past those walls he builds. All right, Carter, talk to me. What's going on? And don't give me that it's nothing excuse because we both know better. Carter leans back, loosening his tie. The Peterson deal. They're hesitant. His jaw clenches. Apparently, they're looking for someone more established, family-oriented. He spits the words out like they taste bitter. A CEO who projects stability. The pieces click into place. This isn't the first time Carter's bachelor status has caused friction with potential investors. They want the whole package, successful businessman and family man rolled into one. That's why you've been buried in work all week. These old school bastards think having a ring on my finger somehow makes me more qualified to run my company. His fingers drum against the desk in that familiar pattern I've come to recognize as his tell for barely contained frustration. Never mind the fact that I've tripled our growth in the past 2 years, or that we're outperforming every competitor in the market. Apparently, that means Jack without a wife by my side. You've been stressing about this for a while. I lean forward in my chair, meeting his gaze and noting the dark circles under his eyes that he's been trying to hide all week. Why didn't you say something sooner? You know I'm here to help, even if it's just being an ear to ramble to when everything feels like it's falling apart. Carter runs a hand through his hair. Well, that's the thing. I've been thinking about what to do, and there might be a solution. His eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch and my stomach do a weird little flip. We could get married. The words hit me like a splash of cold water. My mouth opens, but no sound comes out. My brain short circuits, and I'm pretty sure my heart just forgot how to beat properly. Of all the solutions I'd expected him to propose, this wasn't even on the list. Think about it, Zuri. You're already amazing with Mia. She adores you. The board knows you, trusts you. You understand this business inside and out. He leans forward, his voice dropping lower. It would just be temporary. A business arrangement to seal this deal. My heart pounds against my ribs, the thunder of it drowning out everything else in the room. The rational part of my brain screams that this is insane, that I should run far away from this conversation. But another part, a part I've tried so hard to ignore, flutters traitorously at the prospect of being Mrs. Reynolds, even if just for show. The very thought sends electricity racing down my spine. Carter, The words tangle in my throat, refusing to cooperate. How can he suggest this so casually? Like we're discussing next week's meeting schedule instead of a life-altering decision? My fingers twist nervously in my lap, and I force them still. You'd be compensated, of course. He pulls out a leather portfolio, all business now. His CEO persona sliding seamlessly into place. We could draw up terms, set a timeline, make everything clear and official. Stop. I hold up my hand, needing a moment to process this surreal conversation. My head is spinning, and I can barely catch my breath. You're talking about marriage like it's another contract to sign. This isn't just paperwork, Carter. These are our lives on the line. Mia's life. I swallow hard, thinking of his sweet daughter, who's already claimed such a huge piece of my heart. Which is exactly why it makes sense. His expression softens. You're the only person I'd trust with this. The only one who already fits into our world. My fingers continue to twist in my lap as I consider the implications. Working together after this would be complicated enough, but what about my personal life? Dating? Future relationships? And then there's that small voice in my head, wondering if this could turn into something real, a dangerous thought I need to shut down immediately. I need time to think. I stand up, smoothing my skirt with trembling hands. This isn't something I can decide over a 5-minute conversation. Carter's eyes follow me as I pace the length of his office, my heels clicking against the floor in a nervous rhythm. The city sprawls beneath his floor-to-ceiling windows, a maze of buildings and possibilities, just like this offer. Complex, dizzying, full of unexpected turns. Each step I take feels weighted with the magnitude of his proposition, and I can't shake the feeling that my answer could change everything. You'd have your own bedroom in my home, a master bedroom with everything you need. His voice breaks through my thoughts, deep and steady. Complete privacy, and you'd be able to see Mia whenever you'd like. That's something you wanted, isn't it? The way he says it makes it sound so simple, so logical, but nothing about this situation is straightforward. That's when my mind focuses on her. Mia. My heart squeezes at the thought of her bright smile, the way she runs to hug me whenever she sees me, her small arms wrapping around my waist with complete trust and affection. These past years, I've grown to love that little girl like she's my own. The idea of someone else stepping into her life, potentially becoming her stepmother. The thought alone makes my stomach twist with an emotion I'm not ready to name. She deserves someone who truly cares about her, not just her father's position or wealth. What about dating? I turn to face him, my hands clenched at my sides to hide their trembling. Are we supposed to pretend for everyone? Put our lives on hold? We'd need to maintain appearances in public. Carter straightens a pen on his desk. But private lives are private, as long as we're discreet. And what happens when the contract ends? When you find someone you actually want to marry? The words taste bitter in my mouth, and I hate how my voice catches on the last word. I can't bear to think about watching him with someone else, about losing my place in their lives. That's not... Carter stands, his presence filling the room, making the air feel thick and charged between us. His jaw tightens as he takes a step closer. Look, I know it's complicated. But you're already part of our lives, Zuri. This just makes it official on paper. I wrap my arms around myself, studying the floor's polished surface like it holds all the answers I desperately need. He's right. I'm already invested, already spending most of my time with them, already caring more than I should, already imagining a future I have no business dreaming about. The board meeting is next week. Carter moves closer, his voice softening to that tone he rarely uses with anyone but Mia. His cologne, subtle but masculine, wraps around me. We could announce it then. Show them the stability they're looking for. It's the perfect solution. The certainty in his words makes my chest ache. I lift my gaze to meet his, searching for something. Doubt, regret, a hint that he's as conflicted as I am. Instead, I find only that steady confidence that first drew me to this job, to him. The same unwavering determination that makes him so damn good at everything he does. Perfect isn't the word I'd use. My voice comes out barely above a whisper, betraying every emotion I'm trying to hide. The gravity of this decision presses down on my shoulders. I swallow hard, meeting his hardened gaze, fighting against the magnetic pull he seems to have over me. I don't know if this is right, Carter. I'm sorry.
Chapter 5. Carter. I stride after Zuri down the office corridor, my footsteps echoing against the floors like angry thunder. Frustration builds with each step she takes away from me. This isn't just about business arrangements anymore. My voice carries across the space between us, rougher than I intended. You've seen how Mia lights up when you're around. Hell, she talks about you non-stop. Zuri keeps walking, her heels clicking a determined rhythm. The sway of her hips would normally distract me, but right now I'm too focused on not letting her slip away from this conversation. Slow down, damn it! I catch up to her near the elevator bank, fighting the urge to reach out and grab her arm. Think about what this means for all of us. You can't just walk away. She spins to face me, her hazel eyes blazing with an intensity that matches my own. I'm your assistant, Carter. That's my role. Her chin lifts in that defiant way that drives me crazy. Drop the formality. You're more than that, and you know it. I step closer, crowding her space, lowering my voice to ensure no passing employees overhear. Mia needs stability. She needs someone who understands her, who can be there when I'm caught up in meetings. And if I'm being honest, I need that too. And you think marriage is the solution? I think it makes sense. You already manage my life, coordinate Mia's schedule, keep everything running smoothly. This would give you the authority to make decisions for her welfare. My voice comes out gruffer than intended, but damn it, I need her to understand. There are other ways. Are there? I run a hand through my hair, frustration building within my body. The familiar scent of her perfume isn't helping my concentration. Every time I travel, you're the one she wants to stay with. When she has nightmares, she calls for you. Hell, you know her favorite bedtime stories better than I do. The truth of it stings, but I can't deny how seamlessly she's woven herself into our lives. Zuri's expression softens. Carter. The way she says my name, barely above a whisper, sends a jolt straight through me. This arrangement would benefit everyone. You'd have access to resources to pursue your own endeavors if that's what you want to do. Mia would have the stability she deserves. And I pause, forcing myself to maintain eye contact despite the way my pulse quickens when she meets my gaze. I'd know my daughter is being cared for by someone who genuinely loves her. But you can't just reorganize people's lives like business assets. Her words hit hard, but I faced tougher negotiations. No, but I can recognize when something works, when it fits. I gesture between us, fighting the deep desire to close the distance she's trying to maintain. This fits, Zuri. You know it does. My voice comes out rougher than intended, betraying emotions I usually keep locked down tight. Zuri's shoulders tense as she takes a half step back, her fingers twisting together in that nervous habit I've come to recognize. The media would have a field day with this. It's tabloid gold. That wouldn't look good for the company at all. Her voice drops lower, concern etched across her features. And what about Mia? How do we explain this to her? Her words hits me square in the chest. She's right. The press vultures would circle, digging for any angle to twist this into something sordid. But I've never given a damn about public opinion. Let them talk. They'll find something else to gossip about in a week. I lean against the wall, creating space between us. As for Mia, the image of my daughter's beaming face when Zuri reads her stories flashes through my mind. She already adores you. This wouldn't be some shocking change. You're practically family already. That's exactly my point. Zuri crosses her arms, but I catch the slight tremor in her hands. What if this ruins what we already have? What we've built? Listen. I push off from the wall, closing the distance between us again. In these past few years, you've been my right hand in everything. Not just work. You stepped up when I needed someone to trust with Mia. You stayed late going over contracts so I could make her dance recital. Hell, you remembered her goldfish died and got a new one before she even noticed. Zuri's eyes widen slightly at the memory. That's not just being a good assistant. That's being... The words catch in my throat, but I stop myself from blurting it out. You've become essential to us. Both of us. And I'm not just talking about managing schedules or handling crisis calls at midnight. Her breath hitches, barely audible in the quiet corridor. The sound makes my chest tighten with an unfamiliar ache. Every time you go above and beyond, every moment you spend making Mia smile, it matters. You matter. I need you to understand that. This isn't about convenience or appearances, it's about acknowledging what you mean to this family. My voice comes out rougher than intended, thick with emotions I usually keep locked down tight. Zuri clenches her jaw, and I spend a moment to just take her in as she is. Her beautiful wavy hair falls in perfect cascades past her shoulders, her hazel eyes that betray her true emotions flickering with something unspoken, her dark skin that is smooth to touch. Having her by my side will be an asset, not only to the business, but to my own public perception. The thought of her, next to me, commanding attention wherever we go, sends a possessive thrill through my veins. She's the epitome of class, the true example of what it means to be elegant. She'd make everyone's head turn at the business events I go to, making every other man in the room seethe because I'm the one who gets to have her on my arm. Just imagining the jealousy in their eyes when they see us together makes me want to stake my claim right here in this hallway. But I hold back, knowing there's more at stake than just my desires. Oh my God. I think I've run away with this fantasy in my mind, imagining a future that might not even exist. My brain's already mapping out scenarios, picturing her at my side at every event, in my home, in my life permanently. Fine. The word falls from Zuri's lips, soft but clear. I'll do it. For Mia. All of this, I'm doing it for Mia's benefit. Her shoulders square up like she's bracing for impact, and damn if that doesn't make me want to pull her closer. My pulse kicks up, but I keep my expression neutral. Years of business negotiations coming in handy. You're making the right choice. I mean it too. She's making the only choice I'd accept. Am I? She meets my gaze, her hazel eyes searching mine with an intensity that makes me want to look away, but I can't. Won't. This is temporary, Carter. When you secure that business deal with Oswald Peterson, I'm sure things will go back to how they've always been between us. Her words open my eyes a bit. Temporary. The word echoes in my head, taunting me because that's the last thing I want this to be. I step closer, drawn by the uncertainty in her voice, unable to resist the magnetic pull she has on me. Of course. The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, settling like acid in my stomach. Nothing about what I feel for her is temporary. Everything about her has become permanent, etched into my mind like a goddamn tattoo I never asked for, but can't imagine living without. We'll need ground rules. Zuri's fingers fidget with the hem of her blouse, a nervous tell I've come to recognize over our time together. Clear boundaries. The way she says it makes it sound like she's trying to convince herself more than me. Whatever you need. I reach out, adjusting a strand of her hair that's fallen across her cheek. Her breath catches at the contact, and I feel the tremor that runs through her body. My fingers linger longer than necessary, memorizing the silk-soft texture of her hair. The air between us shifts, charges with something electric. This close, I catch the subtle notes of her perfume, see the flutter of her pulse at her throat. Her lips part slightly, and for a moment I forget every rational reason why I shouldn't kiss her. Carter. My name comes out breathless, warning. I know. But I don't move away. Can't move away. The heat of her body calls to mine, magnetic. Professional boundaries blur as she sways slightly toward me, like she's fighting the same pull. My hand twitches at my side, resisting the urge to reach for her waist and draw her closer. The elevator dings, shattering the moment. Zuri steps back, smoothing her skirt with trembling hands. I should get those contracts to legal. Her voice carries a slight shake that matches the unsteady rise and fall of her chest. I clear my throat, forcing myself to remember we're still at the office where wandering eyes could spot us and start wondering what's going on. The last thing either of us needs is office gossip. Right. We'll discuss the details later. The words come out rougher than intended. She nods, not quite meeting my eyes, and turns toward the elevator. I watch her walk away, the sway of her hips a reminder of everything I want and shouldn't have. What have I gotten us into? You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Zuri. I place another star sticker on the wall, carefully arranging it in a constellation pattern that will delight Mia tomorrow morning. The Reynolds living room has transformed into a magical galaxy, with twinkling lights and shimmering decorations catching the evening light through the floor-to-ceiling windows. What do you think about this spot? I hold up another star, searching for the perfect placement. My voice echoes in the empty room. Carter's at a late meeting, and Mia's spending the night at her friend's house, a perfect opportunity to prep for her space-themed birthday party. The silence gives me time to process everything that's happened these past months. I climb down from the stepladder and step back to admire my work. The party planning has become more than just part of my job description. Each decoration I hang carries the weight of my growing attachment to this family. My fingers trace the edge of a glittery moon cutout. For so long, I was just Carter's executive assistant, his right-hand woman who would handle everything from his meetings to his daughter's pediatrician appointments. Now I'm something more to both him and Mia. The kitchen timer chimes, pulling me from my thoughts. I head to the oven where the test batch of galaxy-swirled cupcakes awaits. The sweet aroma of vanilla and chocolate fills the air as I open the door. Perfect, I whisper, examining the swirls of blue and purple frosting. Mia will love these. The thought of her face lighting up tomorrow makes my heart swell. I place the cupcakes on the cooling rack and lean against the marble counter. This kitchen has become as familiar as my own, the way the afternoon sun hits the copper pots hanging above the island. The slight squeak of the third drawer from the left. The permanent marker stain on the corner cabinet from when Mia decided to improve it with her artistic talents. My phone buzzes with a text from Carter. "How's it going?" "I'll be headed home soon, by the way." "Your daughter's party will be out of this world," I type back, smiling at my own pun. His response comes quickly. "You're incredible." 2 simple words, but they send warmth spreading through my chest. This is where I belong, creating memories with a little girl who's stolen my heart. And her father? Well, he's an enigma of his own. He's incredibly driven by his work, so much so that he will do anything to succeed. Even if that means arranging a fake marriage between him and I so he can secure a business deal. I stifle a sigh, pinching my nose bridge. I never imagined myself in a situation like this. But Carter Reynolds is a man who can convince me to do just about anything if he asks me nicely. I hang another string of twinkling lights across the mantel, humming along to the soft music playing from my phone. The party setup has taken over my afternoon, but I don't mind. These quiet moments let me pretend I'm more than just Carter's assistant playing house. "Stop it," I mutter to myself, shaking my head. These domestic fantasies need to stay locked away. This arrangement is temporary, a business deal, nothing more. But as I arrange the constellation centerpieces on the dining table, I can't help picturing Mia's face tomorrow, the way her eyes will light up when she sees the galaxy I've created in their living room. How she'll bounce on her toes and point out every detail with that infectious enthusiasm only a 6-year-old possesses. The front door clicks open, startling me from my thoughts. Carter steps in, loosening his tie as his eyes sweep across the transformed space. His presence fills the room like it always does, commanding attention without even trying. Holy crap. He stops in his tracks, briefcase dangling forgotten from his hand. "Zuri, this is..." His voice trails off as he takes in the purple and blue decorations covering every surface, the twinkling lights creating shadows that dance across his sharp features. I'm balancing on the stepladder, surrounded by half-inflated balloons and rolls of streamers. My hands are full of tape and string as I try to secure another constellation to the ceiling. "Too much?" I ask, suddenly self-conscious about the hours I've spent transforming his modern, minimalist living room into a celestial wonderland. "It's perfect." He sets down his briefcase and shrugs off his suit jacket, draping it over the coat rack near the door. "Here, let me help with those." His deep voice carries that note of authority that brooks no argument. "I've got it under control," I protest, even as a stubborn balloon threatens to escape my grasp. "You always do." He rolls up his sleeves, revealing tanned forearms marked with subtle veins that catch my attention for a dangerous second. "But you don't have to do everything alone." He moves toward the ladder, and I can smell his expensive cologne mixing with the rubber scent of balloons. I pass him a balloon and our fingers brush. That familiar spark jolts through me, the one I try so hard to ignore. He holds my gaze a moment too long before focusing on the task. "These galaxy balloons are incredible," he says, examining the swirled patterns. "Where did you find them?" "I hand-painted them." I busy myself with the streamers, avoiding his impressed stare. "Regular balloons seem too plain for our little astronaut." "Our little astronaut," he echoes softly. The way he says it makes my heart flutter. I clear my throat. "I mean, your little astronaut." "You don't have to keep correcting yourself." Carter's voice carries a hint of something I can't quite place. "You're more family than just my assistant." I focus on taping another strand of lights, grateful the dim evening light hides my expression. Speaking of which, he reaches over and pulls an envelope from his briefcase. I had Barry from legal draw up the marriage contract. He's the only one who knows what's going on right now, so I'll know who to fire if word gets out. Review it when you have time. The envelope feels heavy in my hands. Not from its physical weight, but from everything it represents. Inside these pages lies the blueprint for our charade, a fake marriage, to help Carter secure his company's biggest deal yet. I made sure everything's clear-cut. He stretches to hang a particularly stubborn constellation, muscles flexing beneath his dress shirt. The terms: duration, compensation. You'll be well taken care of. Barry's thorough. He made sure to cover every possible scenario. I set the envelope aside on a nearby coffee table, my fingers lingering on its crisp edges, trying to ignore how such an innocuous thing could change my entire life. Taken care of. Right. The words taste bitter, like coffee grounds at the bottom of my morning cup. Because that's what this is about. Carter pauses mid-reach, arm still extended toward the ceiling. Zuri, no, it's fine. I force a smile, grabbing more star cutouts and focusing on the task at hand instead of the way my stomach knots. That's exactly what we agreed on. A business arrangement. Nothing more, nothing less. He moves closer, his presence overwhelming in the best and worst way, bringing with him that subtle hint of cologne that makes my head spin. You're having second thoughts? His voice drops lower, more intimate, like he actually cares about my answer. Not exactly. I concentrate on the decorations, avoiding his gaze while my fingers tremble slightly around the delicate paper stars. It's just becoming real. In a few weeks, I'll be Mrs. Reynolds. The title sends a shiver down my spine. Everything I want wrapped in a pretty package of pretense. Only on paper, he reminds me, but his voice has gone soft, almost gentle in a way that makes my heart stutter traitorously. The space between us feels charged, dangerous. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat. Only on paper, not in the way my heart wishes it could be, not with the quiet moments like this, working side by side, creating something beautiful for his daughter. Our daughter, but only for show. The thought stings more than it should. The party's going to be perfect, Carter says, changing the subject. His hand brushes mine as he reaches for more tape, the brief contact sending electricity coursing through my veins. You always make everything perfect. There's something in his tone, something that makes me wonder if he's still talking about the party at all. If only he knew how imperfect this feels. Wanting something real while playing make-believe. Mia is going to love this, he continues, focusing on arranging some of the last decorations I have set aside from the party. All of her friends are invited, I'm guessing. I nod. Yeah, she's got her friends Jenny and Kinsley coming for sure. She's especially close with Kinsley. I've gotten to know his parents, Chantal and Jonas, and they're good people. See, that's what I'm talking about, he says with a smile. You know all the ins and outs of Mia's life as if it was the back of your hand. I can't say the same. There's still some time to do that, you know, I reply, gazing down at the envelope still sitting on the coffee table. Mia would love having you around more. Sure, but work comes first. Swallowing hard, I force a smile. Of course, work comes first, before everything else. All the words resting on the tip of my tongue remain there. I don't have the heart to burst his bubble, but my own heart feels like it's about to explode with the extent of my feelings for him and for Mia. There's nothing I can do about that, however.
Chapter 7. Carter. I drum my fingers against my desk, checking my watch for the third time in 5 minutes. The marriage contract sits in front of me, waiting for Zuri's signature, My office feels too quiet, too still, as afternoon sunlight streams through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The door opens, but instead of Zuri's familiar figure, Ellie from marketing saunters in. There were times where we would flirt with each other by the coffee machine, or her hands would linger on my arm as she would speak to me. All of this is in the past. I was never truly interested. But it seems like she can't catch a clue. Her red lips curve into a smile as she approaches my desk, her hips swaying with each step like she's on a runway instead of in my office. "Mr. Reynolds, I was hoping to catch you alone." She perches on the edge of my desk, crossing her legs so her skirt rides up. Her perfume, way too sweet and heavy for an office, drifts toward me. "That presentation you gave this morning, absolutely brilliant. The way you commanded the room was impressive. Thanks." I lean back in my chair, putting distance between us. The leather creaks under my weight as I create a deliberate gap. "Did you need something specific?" She twirls a strand of blonde hair around her finger, batting her mascara-heavy lashes. "I was thinking we could discuss some marketing strategies over dinner tonight. That new French place downtown just opened. I hear their wine list is exceptional." Her voice drops to what she probably thinks is a seductive whisper, but it just makes me want to roll my eyes. "Not interested." The words come out sharper than intended, but I'm done with these games. My jaw tightens as I level my gaze at her. "And I'd appreciate it if you maintain professional boundaries in the workplace. We're colleagues, nothing more." Her smile falters, lips pressing into a thin line. "Excuse me. You didn't seem to mind flirting back a few months ago. In fact, you were quite receptive to my attention at the holiday party. That was before." I catch myself, hands clenching into fists under my desk. "Things change. Please leave my office. I have work to do." Ellie stands, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Her eyes narrow as she studies me. "This is about your assistant, isn't it? The way you look at her. Everyone's noticed." "That's enough." I rise from my chair, my voice dropping low. The muscles in my shoulders bunch with tension. "Get out. Now. And I suggest you keep your speculations to yourself." Her face flushes with anger. "You're making a mistake, Carter. Someone in your position should be more selective about their choices." Was I unclear? "Leave!" She storms out, slamming the door behind her. I loosen my tie, exhaling slowly. The sooner this contract gets signed, the better. Only a minute or so later, the door opens again, and this time Zuri steps in. Her brows are furrowed, and she glances over her shoulder. I just passed Ellie in the hallway. If looks could kill. She adjusts the tablet in her arms. "Ignore her." I motion to the chair across from my desk. "Come sit. We need to discuss the contract." Zuri settles into the leather chair, crossing her legs at the ankles. Her eyes fall on the papers between us, and she bites her lower lip. "About that, I've been thinking, won't people find it strange? Us getting married out of nowhere?" She smooths invisible wrinkles from her pencil skirt. "The press is going to ask questions. I've got it handled." I lean forward, resting my forearms on the desk. "Hire the best PR team in the state. They're already crafting our narrative. How we kept things private to protect Mia. How our relationship evolved naturally through working together. And people will believe that? They'll believe what we show them." My fingers drum against the mahogany surface. "The team's planning carefully timed public appearances, strategic social media posts. They'll paint us as the perfect modern love story, private but genuine." Zuri picks up the contract, her fingers trailing over the edge of the paper. "You really have thought of everything, haven't you?" "It's what I do. Plan, execute, succeed." I watch her scan the first page. "The PR team will brief us tomorrow on how to handle questions, what to say in interviews. They're professionals. They've managed bigger scandals than a CEO marrying his assistant." She looks up at me, those hazel eyes searching my face. "And you're sure about this? About me?" "Of course I am," I reply in an instant. "I've never been more sure of anything else in my life." Zuri's fingers trace the edges of the contract, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "For Mia. I'll do it for Mia. She already loves you." I stand up, walking around the desk. You've seen how her face lights up when you're around, how she runs to you after school with her drawings. "She drew us as a family last week." Zuri's voice softens, the three of us holding hands outside a house with a rainbow above it. "Exactly." I lean against the desk, closer to her now. "This won't be some dramatic adjustment. You're already part of our lives. The only difference is making it official." She picks up the pen, twirling it between her fingers. "You really think it'll be that simple?" "With Mia?" "Yes." I cross my arms, watching as she hovers the pen over the signature line. "She told me yesterday that you make the best chocolate chip pancakes, better than the chefs." A smile tugs at Zuri's lips. "That's because I add cinnamon." Her eyes sparkle with pride as she shares her secret ingredient. "See? You know her. You understand her." My voice drops lower, and I lean in closer, drawn to the warmth radiating from her. "Thank you for doing this, for being willing to help us both. Not everyone would step up like you have. Just promise me one thing." She looks up at me, pen poised above the paper. The fluorescent office lights catch the gold flecks in her hazel eyes, making them shine with determination. "Name it. I'd give her anything she asked for in this moment. We do this right. No cutting corners with Mia's feelings. She comes first, always." Her tone is gentle but firm, showing the protective instinct that made me trust her with my daughter in the first place. Wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, every word. Nothing matters more than getting this right for my little girl. Zuri nods, then signs her name with a flourish. The scratch of pen against paper echoes in the quiet office. She sets the pen down, straightening in her chair. "Well, I guess that makes me your fiancé, Mr. Reynolds. And since we're already on the topic of speaking of Mia," Zuri says, organizing the signed papers into a neat stack, "I need to remind you she has ballet at 4 today. Sarah's mom offered to drive her and Emma together since they're in the same class now." "Right, the new class schedule." I shake my head, impressed. "How do you keep track of it all?" "Oh, it's easy. Tuesdays and Thursdays are ballet. Wednesdays she has art club. She's working on a ceramic turtle right now. She named it Rainbow." Zuri's eyes light up. "And she's been begging to join the local soccer team with Kinsley from her class. Their friendship is adorable, by the way. He always saves her a seat at lunch." I lean back against my desk, crossing my arms. You know more about her daily life than I do. "I just pay attention." She shrugs, but I catch the slight tension in her shoulders. "Did you know she started collecting rocks? She finds the prettiest ones at recess. Her teacher, Mrs. Bennett, lets her keep them in a special box on her desk." "You're already such a natural mother figure to her." The words slip out before I can stop them, and I immediately notice how they land. I hadn't meant to push that button. Zuri's smile falters for a moment, something flickering behind her eyes. Pain, maybe longing, but she recovers quickly, smoothing her skirt with those delicate hands that always seem to be in motion when she's processing emotions. "I just want to see her happy, that's all." Her voice carries a hint of defensiveness that makes my chest tighten. "And now we can make sure you're happy too." I straighten up, pulling out my phone and already scrolling through my preferred dealer's inventory. This, at least, I know how to handle. Concrete solutions, tangible improvements. First things first, you'll need a new car. Something safe but luxurious. I'm thinking a Mercedes GLE, and we'll need to update your wardrobe. My wife deserves the best of the best, after all. I watch her face carefully, waiting to see if she'll push back against my plans. Most women would jump at this offer, but Zuri isn't most women. That's exactly why I'm in this mess. Carter, that's not necessary. It is. And jewelry. Tiffany's first, then Cartier. You'll need options for different occasions. I start typing notes into my phone, already envisioning the pieces that would complement her natural beauty. I'll have my personal shopper meet you tomorrow. She knows all the best boutiques in the city. There's this incredible little place on 5th that carries exclusive European designers. This feels like a lot. Her voice is soft, uncertain. The way she shifts in her chair, fingers twisting together, tells me she's uncomfortable with the attention. Too bad. Get used to it. I look up from my phone, meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity. You're doing something incredible for me and Mia. The least I can do is make sure you're taken care of, and I always take care of what's mine. The possessiveness in my tone surprises even me, but I don't take it back. I can't take it back. We're too deep into this mess to go back now.
Chapter 8. Zuri. The breeze carries the sound of children's laughter across the park, mixing with the rustle of autumn leaves. I crouch down next to Mia and Kinsley, who are gathering fallen leaves in their tiny hands, their faces bright with wonder at nature's simple treasures. Look what happens when you crush them. I demonstrate by crumbling a red maple leaf between my fingers. The fragments scatter in the wind, dancing like confetti in the afternoon sunlight. The kids watch, mesmerized by the display. I want to try. Mia's eyes light up as she mimics my actions, her little hands working to recreate the effect. She giggles as pieces of her leaf tickle her nose. Kinsley jumps up and down, unable to contain his excitement. Let's make leaf angels. He's already eyeing the biggest pile of leaves nearby. Even better. I guide them to a pile of crisp leaves, their shoes crunching with each step. What if we're explorers searching for hidden treasure in this magical forest? Maybe there's something special buried under all these leaves. Their faces beam with possibility as their imaginations take flight. Both kids gasp with excitement. I'll be the brave knight. Kinsley strikes a heroic pose. And I'm the princess who fights dragons. Mia twirls, her curls bouncing. I catch Carter's steady gaze from the nearby bench. His jaw tightens, and something flickers across his face. He's dressed casually today, in dark jeans and a navy sweater, but his posture remains rigid. It's not common for him to come out and spend some time with Mia, but I pushed him to do this. I know it's going to do him well. If he wants to be the family man, that's great, but he needs to do more than just fake marry me for his company. The dragon's coming, I growl playfully, curling my fingers into makeshift claws and baring my teeth. Both children shriek with delight and dash through the scattered autumn leaves, their laughter echoing across the park. Quick, hide in the magic cave. Mia pulls Kinsley behind a large oak tree, their small hands clasped together in solidarity against the fearsome dragon. Their heads peek out occasionally to check my progress. I smell brave knights and warrior princesses, and I think they'll make a delicious dragon snack. You'll never catch us, Kinsley shouts, darting out from behind the tree with the boundless energy only a 6-year-old possesses. Mia follows, leaves crunching beneath her pink sneakers as she speeds after her friend. Daddy, help! The dragon's gonna get us. Her voice carries across the playground, high and sweet with excitement. Carter shifts on the bench but doesn't join in. His eyes never leave us, tracking every movement, every laugh, every moment of joy on his daughter's face. There's something heavy in his expression, something that makes my chest tight. I chase the kids in a wide circle, careful to let them stay just out of reach. Their squeals of delight echo across the park, a sound sweeter than any symphony. Fee-fee-fo-fum. I stomp toward them. I'm going to... Who wants ice cream? Carter's deep voice cuts through our game. The kids freeze mid-sprint, their heads whipping toward him like prairie dogs spotting movement. Ice cream? Mia's eyes grow wide. Really, Daddy? Carter stands, sliding his hands into his pockets. The sun catches his profile, softening his usually sharp features. There's a shop around the corner. My treat. Can Kinsley come too? Mia grabs her friend's hand, both of them bouncing with anticipation like excited puppies. Their matching grins are impossible to resist. As long as we text Kinsley's mom where we're going, I reply, already pulling out my phone to send the message to Chantal. These impromptu moments are what childhood memories are made of. The kids race ahead toward the park exit, leaving Carter and me to follow. He falls into step beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost brush. The warmth radiating from him makes my skin tingle, and I fight the urge to lean closer. That was nice of you, I say, watching the children skip ahead. Their laughter carries back to us on the afternoon breeze. I'm capable of being nice. His voice carries a hint of defensiveness, that familiar wall going up in his tone. I know you are. And I do know. I've seen glimpses of the man beneath the power suits and boardroom swagger, especially when he's with Mia. The ice cream shop is a charming little place with a striped awning and brass bell that chimes when we enter. Mia and Kinsley press their faces against the glass display, pointing at different flavors, while Carter patiently takes their orders. We settle at an outdoor table, the kids demolishing their triple scoop sundaes, while Carter and I share, knowing looks over our own modest portions. It's picture perfect, the kind of family moment I always dreamed about, except it's not real. The deceit of our arrangement sits heavy on my chest as I watch Carter wipe chocolate from Mia's chin with surprising tenderness. He's trying, really trying, to be the father she needs. The husband everyone believes him to be. But beneath this carefully constructed scene lies a contract, signatures on paper that bind us together in name only. My ice cream turns bitter on my tongue, vanilla taking on the same artificial quality as this whole arrangement. Thankfully, there are two silly kids sitting next to me that know how to brighten up the sky with nothing more than their smiles. Even on my darkest days, they're like little rays of sunshine breaking through the clouds. Kinsley balances his spoon on his nose, ice cream dripping down his chin and onto his superhero t-shirt. Look, I'm a seal. He waves his arms like flippers, nearly knocking over his glass. Not to be outdone, Mia tries to copy him, her plastic spoon wobbling precariously as she scrunches up her face in concentration. I'm gonna be better at it. Watch me, watch me. Careful with that ice cream, you two. I can't help but laugh as they compete to see who can keep their spoons balanced longest, both of them cross-eyed from trying to watch their own noses. Their giggles are infectious, echoing across the patio and drawing smiles from nearby tables. These moments, these real, pure moments, make everything else worth it. Carter shifts in his chair, his shoulders tense as he watches them play with their food. The crease between his brows deepens with each drop of ice cream that hits the table. I nudge his arm, feeling the solid muscle beneath his designer shirt. Hey, remember when you were a kid? Bet you did silly stuff too. I wasn't allowed to play with my food. He frowns, but there's a softness creeping into his expression. His jaw relaxes just a fraction, and I catch a glimpse of the little boy he must have been, probably desperate to join in the fun. Look, Daddy. Mia sticks out her tongue, now stained blue from her bubblegum ice cream. A sticky rivulet runs down her chin as she grins. I'm an alien. That's not very lady. Carter starts, his CEO voice slipping out, but I cut him off by making a cross-eyed face at Mia, sticking out my own tongue. Sometimes this man needs a reminder that 6-year-olds don't need boardroom manners. Oh no, the aliens are invading. I gasp dramatically, waving my hands in mock terror. The kids squeal with delight, and I swear I catch Carter fighting back a smile. Kinsley joins in, pressing his fingers against his temples like some cartoon psychic. We come in peace. For ice cream. His eyes cross dramatically, making me snort with laughter. A chuckle escapes Carter's lips, small but genuine. His posture relaxes slightly as he watches Mia pretend to communicate in alien language with Kinsley, his hand unclenching from where it had been gripping his napkin. Blorp, blorp! Mia waves her spoon like an antenna, dripping melted ice cream onto the table. She doesn't even notice, too caught up in her intergalactic performance. Zeep zorp, Kinsley responds. Ice cream sundae forgotten as he bounces in his seat, matching her enthusiasm with his own made-up alien dialect. I lean closer to Carter, keeping my voice low enough that only he can hear. My shoulder brushes against his arm, and I feel the warmth radiating off him. See? Sometimes it's okay to be silly. The world won't end if kids act like kids. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up its perfect styling. The dark strands fall across his forehead in a way that makes him look younger, more approachable. I'm not very good at this. The hesitation in his voice tugs at something inside me. You're better than you think. Unable to resist this any longer, I reach over and dab a spot of vanilla ice cream onto his nose with my spoon. The cold dessert stands out against his tanned skin like a badge of silliness. His eyes widen in surprise, those deep brown irises fixed on me with an intensity that makes my stomach flutter. For a moment I worry I've crossed a line, pushed too far past his carefully constructed boundaries. Then his lips twitch into a small smile, transforming his whole face. You didn't just do that. And what are you going to do about it, Mr. Reynolds? I challenge, wielding my spoon like a tiny weapon. The kids howl with laughter at the sight of their always proper Carter, with ice cream on his nose. Kinsley actually falls back in his chair, clutching his sides, while Mia points and giggles uncontrollably. He grabs a napkin, but he's fighting back a grin now, the tension in his shoulders finally melting away like ice cream in the summer sun.
Chapter 9. Carter. I slam the front door, my footsteps echoing through the marble foyer. The tension in my shoulders won't let up, not after the chaos of a day I've had. 14 hours of back-to-back meetings, endless phone calls, and dealing with people congratulating me about my upcoming marriage to Zuri. And then there's Ellie. My suit jacket lands on the nearest chair as I make my way to the bar cart. The crystal decanter clinks against the glass as I pour 2 fingers of scotch. The amber liquid burns down my throat, but it's not enough to wash away the memory of her smug face in the break room. You can't ignore me forever, Carter. Her voice dripped with fake sweetness, red lips curling into a predatory smile. Everyone's noticed how cozy you are with your little assistant. I'd walked past her, coffee in hand. Get back to work, Ellie. I wonder what HR would think about that. She'd followed me down the hallway, her heels clicking against the tile. Or the board. Surely they won't accept the idea of the CEO getting a shotgun marriage with his assistant, will they? The scotch isn't doing its job. My phone buzzes. Another email from legal about the merger and about the success of the Peterson deal. Upon news about my marriage with Zuri, Oswald Peterson was ecstatic. He was enthralled by my well-crafted story about how we fell in love, how we came closer together due to work circumstances until it finally clicked. Marcus called me soon afterwards, thrilled by the news and impressed by my ability to have Oswald wrapped around my finger. But despite my work accomplishments, I'm left with an emptiness inside. A reminder that Zuri is only my wife for the short term, not the long term. I let out a deep sigh. Work. That's what I need. Something to focus on besides Zuri's smile, or how she knows exactly how I take my coffee, or the way she lights up when she talks to Mia. Damn it. I down the rest of the scotch. My hand tightens around the glass. Ellie's playing with fire, and she has no idea who she's dealing with. Nobody threatens what's mine. I freeze at that thought. When did I start thinking of Zuri as mine? The front door opens, and squeals of laughter fill the house. I set down my glass, following the sound to find Mia twirling in her pink tutu while Zuri watches, still in her work clothes but with her blazer draped over her arm. "Daddy, watch this!" Mia spins again, her arms curved above her head. "Very graceful, princess." I catch her mid-spin. "But let's get changed for dinner first." Rosa, my chef, has already set the table with grilled chicken and roasted vegetables. The aroma fills the dining room as Mia bounces back downstairs in her favorite unicorn pajamas. "Can I have ice cream after?" Mia pushes her vegetables around her plate, creating abstract designs with the carrots and broccoli she's barely touched. "After you finish your dinner." Zuri's voice is gentle. Too gentle. It's the same voice she uses when she's trying to negotiate contracts with difficult clients. "But I don't want to." Mia crosses her arms, jutting out her bottom lip in that stubborn way she does when she's digging in her heels, just like her old man. "Come on, just one more bite." "Mia." My tone cuts through the air like a steel blade. "Eat your vegetables." Zuri shifts in her seat, the silverware clinking against her plate. She had a long day at practice. Which is exactly why she needs proper nutrition. I set down my fork with a deliberate click against the fine china. "You can't keep letting her get away with this, Zuri. She needs structure." The words come out harsher than intended, but damn it, I won't have my daughter growing up without proper discipline, no matter how much those big brown eyes of hers try to work their magic. I'm not letting her get away with anything. There's an edge to Zuri's voice I've never heard before, sharp and defensive. Her shoulders are squared, ready for battle. Sometimes it's okay to be flexible. Life isn't always about following every rule to the letter. Not when it comes to her health. You're too soft with her. My jaw clenches as I fight to keep my composure. Damn it, why can't she understand? And you're too rigid. Zuri's eyes flash with defiance, those hazel depths challenging me in a way few would dare. She's 6, Carter, not one of your employees. You can't run her life like you run your boardroom. Mia's lower lip trembles and my chest tightens at the sight. I don't want you to fight. Her small voice hits me like a punch to the gut. We're not fighting, sweetheart. Zuri reaches for Mia's hand, her touch gentle. Everything mine isn't right now. We're just discussing. No, we're establishing boundaries. I lean forward, my presence filling the space between us. The familiar taste of control steadies me. And as her father, I need you to back me up on this, not undermine my authority. This isn't a democracy. Her health isn't up for debate. The silence that follows is deafening. Mia stares at her plate, pushing a piece of broccoli with her fork, while Zuri's jaw tightens in a way that tells me this conversation isn't over. I'm not just your employee anymore, Carter. Zuri's voice carries steel beneath its softness. This arrangement means I have a role in this family, too. And that means having a say in how we raise Mia. My fingers grip the edge of the table as I lean in closer to Zuri, making sure Mia doesn't catch this remark. A role that's temporary. Or have you forgotten that detail? The hurt that flashes across her face makes my stomach twist, but I can't back down. Not on this. I care about Mia, Zuri shoots back. And sometimes caring means understanding when to be flexible, when to show compassion. Don't lecture me about caring for my own daughter. The words rip from my throat, harsh and raw. That's not what You're here because of our arrangement. I slam my palm against the table, making the silverware jump. Don't confuse that with actual authority over my child. Mia's chair scrapes against the floor as she bolts from the table, her small feet thundering up the stairs. Zuri rises slowly, her movements deliberate, controlled. But I see the tremor in her hands as she smooths her skirt. I should check on her. Zuri. She holds up a hand, stopping me cold. Don't! Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it might as well be a shout. You've made your position perfectly clear, Mr. Reynolds. The formal address hits like a physical blow. She hasn't called me that since before everything. I watch her walk away, her shoulders straight but her head bowed slightly. The space she leaves behind feels colder somehow, emptier. The victory of maintaining control tastes like ashes in my mouth. I stare at Zuri's empty chair, the gravity of my words crashing down. What am I doing? She's the best thing that's happened to Mia, to us, since forever. The dining room feels suffocating. I loosen my tie and push away from the table, my appetite gone. The sound of Zuri's soft voice drifts down from upstairs, reading what sounds like Mia's favorite bedtime story. My chest tightens. How many nights has Zuri stayed late just to read to Mia? How many times has she rearranged her schedule to attend dance recitals or appointments? I rake my fingers through my hair. The memories hit hard and fast. Zuri recently organizing Mia's birthday party, teaching her to braid her hair, helping with homework, making chicken soup when Mia had the flu, and forcing me to rest when I caught it too. And what do? Throw our arrangement in her face like some kind of weapon. I pace the living room, my reflection catching in the wall-to-wall windows. The man staring back looks like a stranger, cold, rigid, exactly what I swore I'd never become. The sound of footsteps on the stairs makes me turn. Zuri appears, her face carefully composed as she gathers her things. Zuri, wait. She pauses, one hand on her purse. It's late, Mr. Reynolds. I should go. Please. The word comes out rougher than intended. Don't call me that. And this is your home now. You don't have to leave at all. Her shoulders tense, but she doesn't move toward the door. Progress. I screwed up. I take a step closer. What I said at dinner. I was wrong. So damn wrong. She turns to face me, those hazel eyes searching mine. Were you? Or were you just finally being honest about how you see me? That's not... I drag a hand down my face. You're more than just an arrangement. More than an employee. The way you are with Mia. I've never seen her so happy. Zuri tenses up as I approach. Gently, I take her by the wrist and pull her closer to me. I'm not very good at this. It's obvious, I say. I can be abrasive at times, I know that. It's been a long time since I had to navigate parenthood with someone else in a relationship. Zuri presses her lips into a thin line as she nods. You have to account for everyone else's feelings too, not just your own. I know. I need to be better for both of you now. My grip on her tightens slightly. Let me make this up to you. Please. Carter, you don't have to. I insist. I was a jerk to you. I was stressed because of work and took it out on you. I'm sorry. Her gaze meets mine, and I have to resist the urge to pull her in, to kiss her deeply. You deserve better than that. I do. So let me give that to you.
Chapter 10. Zuri. I smooth out the colorful blanket on the grass, creating the perfect spot for our backyard picnic. The breeze carries the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the sun warms my skin as I arrange snacks and juice boxes. Zuri, can we have the cookies now? Mia tugs at my sleeve, her brown eyes wide with anticipation. Let's wait for Kinsley and his parents, sweetie. They'll be here any minute. As if on cue, the garden gate creaks open, and Kinsley bursts through, his superhero cape fluttering behind him. Mia, look what I got. He waves a toy dragon in the air. That's so cool. Mia races toward him, her curls bouncing with each step, practically vibrating with excitement. Chantal follows behind, balancing baby Elena on her hip, the little one contentedly sucking her thumb. Sorry we're running late. Someone couldn't decide which toy to bring. She gives Kinsley a pointed but affectionate look. He brought the whole toy box, Jonas quips, carrying a large bag that's practically bursting at the seams. Figured they might need options. He sets it down with an exaggerated grunt that makes Mia giggle. The more the merrier. I help Chantal settle on the blanket while the kids dash to Mia's treehouse, their feet pounding against the wooden steps. I can't help but smile at their enthusiasm. There's something magical about watching children at play. We're dragon riders. Kinsley's voice carries from above, followed by whooshing sounds and pretend roars. And this is our castle in the sky, Mia adds, waving her arm from the treehouse window. We need a princess and a knight. Jonas sprawls on the grass next to the blanket. Man, I miss having that kind of imagination. Speak for yourself. Chantal adjusts Elena's tiny sun hat. I still pretend the laundry pile is Mount Everest. The kids' laughter fills the air as they create their fantasy world. Kinsley stands at the treehouse window, making whooshing sounds as he flies his dragon. Mia waves a stick wand, declaring herself the princess of dragons. They're so good together, I say, watching their easy friendship. Mia talks about Kinsley all the time here at home. Same here. Chantal hands Elena to Jonas. He insisted on bringing his favorite toys just for Mia. The afternoon unfolds in a perfect blend of adult conversation and children's imagination. We share stories and snacks while keeping an eye on our little dragon riders. Their giggles a constant soundtrack to our gathering. Chantal shifts closer to me on the blanket, while Jonas entertains the kids with an improvised dragon training session, complete with exaggerated roars that send Mia and Kinsley into fits of laughter. She lowers her voice, a knowing smile playing on her lips. So, how are things with Carter? You've been spending a lot of time together lately, huh? My fingers trace the pattern on the blanket, following the intricate swirls to avoid her perceptive gaze. We work well together. He needs support managing everything, especially with Mia. I pause, watching Jonas pretend to tame an invisible dragon. You know how demanding his schedule can get? She raises an eyebrow, nudging my shoulder playfully. And that's all it is? Because the way he looks at you when you're not watching. Girl, I've seen that look before, and it's definitely not just about work schedules. Carter's focused on what's best for Mia. I arrange the fruit platter with methodical precision, shifting strawberries and grapes into perfect rows while avoiding her gaze. And I'm here to help with that. That's literally what he pays me for. Girl, please. I see how dedicated you are. The way you care for Mia, how you anticipate his needs before he even realizes them. That goes beyond a regular assistant job. Way beyond. She leans in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And don't think I haven't noticed how you light up whenever he walks into a room. I swallow hard, my fingers trembling slightly as I adjust a slice of melon. It's complicated. The whole situation is just messy. Life usually is. Chantal takes her baby from Jonas and bounces her gently as she fusses, cooing softly at the infant. But complications don't mean you have to deny what's happening. Sometimes the messiest situations lead to the most beautiful outcomes. Nothing's happening. I keep my voice steady, though my heart races beneath my ribs like a trapped bird. I'm just doing everything I can to support him and Mia. That's all this is. That's all it can be. Look at me, Zuri. She waits until I meet her eyes. I know you. You've got that glow about you lately. The same one I had when Jonas and I first. Dragons incoming. Kinsley's shout saves me from responding as he and Mia swoop down from the treehouse steps, their arms spread wide like wings. Thank God for children and their perfect timing. Their squeals of delight pierce the air as they chase imaginary villains across the yard. The patio door slides open with a soft whoosh, and Carter steps out, his tie loosened and jacket slung over his shoulder. Even disheveled from a long day at the office, he looks like he belongs on the cover of GQ. The tension in his shoulders melts as he takes in the scene before him, replaced by something softer, more relaxed. And here I thought I was coming home to a quiet evening. His lips quirk up as Mia and Kinsley race past him, still deep in their dragon fantasy. The way he says home shoots straight through my chest, making my heart do that stupid flutter thing it does whenever he's around. Daddy, we're protecting the kingdom. Mia skids to a halt, wrapping her arms around his legs. Her curls are wild from playing, and there's a grass stain on her knee that'll be hell to get out later. But the pure joy radiating from her face is worth every minute of laundry duty. I can see that, Princess. He runs a hand through her curls, his expression softening. Jonas pushes himself up from the blanket and strolls over. Long day? The merger's been a pain in the neck to figure out. Carter's jaw tightens, but then he watches Kinsley demonstrate his best dragon roar, and a genuine smile breaks through. This is exactly what I needed. The two men drift toward the patio furniture, their conversation shifting from work to sports to family. I catch fragments about quarterly reports and investment strategies, but what strikes me most is how Carter's shoulders gradually relax, his gestures becoming more animated. My fingers fidget with the edge of the blanket as I think about the upcoming ceremony. We decided on a small private affair at the Botanical Gardens, just enough to make everything legal without drawing attention. The whole thing still feels surreal, like I'm planning someone else's life. Look at them, Chantal whispers, nodding toward Carter. When's the last time you saw him this relaxed? It's been weeks. I watch as he laughs at something Jonas says. The work schedule's been brutal lately. All the more reason to... Don't start. I cut her off with a gentle nudge. Everything I do it for Mia's happiness. But what about your happiness? Chantal asks, tilting her head. You deserve some of that too. That can come later. But watching him now, with his sleeves rolled up and tie completely undone, joking with Jonas while keeping one eye on the kids' adventures, I can't help but wonder what it would be like if this wasn't just an arrangement. I steal another glance at Carter, watching how the late afternoon sun catches his profile. His fingers drum against the arm of his chair as he talks with Jonas. A habit I've noticed emerges when he's finally unwinding. The familiar warmth spreads through my chest, and I force myself to look away. Focus on the plan, I remind myself. This arrangement is about giving Mia the stability she needs, nothing more. Higher! Kinsley shouts as he chases Mia around the yard. Dragons need to fly higher. Watch out for the flowers, I call out, grateful for the distraction. Chantal shifts Elena to her other arm. You know, most people would have run screaming from this situation. Taking on a ready-made family, dealing with all the complications. It's not like that. My fingers twist in my lap. Carter needs help managing everything, and Mia adores you. She touches my arm. And don't think I haven't noticed how you've transformed their home. The schedule charts, the family dinners, the way you anticipate their needs. That sort of thing means a lot. Seriously. Carter's deep laugh carries across the yard, making my stomach flip. The sound is rare enough that it catches me off guard every time. There's still... I hesitate, watching him run a hand through his hair. Things are complicated between us. Some days it feels like we're dancing around each other, trying not to cross invisible lines. That's because you're both fighting what's right in front of you. Chantal's voice drops lower. I've seen how he looks at you when you're focused on Mia, like he can't quite believe you're real. I shake my head, averting my gaze. He's just grateful for the help. Grateful? She snorts. Girl, that man is... Zuri! Mia runs over, face flushed with excitement. Can you be the dragon queen? We need someone to give us special dragon powers. I welcome the interruption, rising to my feet. But as I move to join their game, I catch Carter watching me, his expression unreadable. Our eyes lock for a moment before he turns back to Jonas, leaving me with that familiar ache of uncertainty. How am I going to make this work when my heart longs for something it won't ever get?
Chapter 11. Carter. The morning sun filters through the glass ceiling of the Botanical Gardens Conservatory, casting a kaleidoscope of light across Zuri's face. My hands are fidgeting incessantly with my cufflinks, a gesture I haven't done since my first major business deal. This is different, though. More intimate. More real. You clean up nice, man. Jonas claps my shoulder, his grin infectious as he straightens the boutonniere on my lapel. Though you might want to breathe before you pass out. Your face is looking a little pale there. Screw off. I adjust my tie for the 100th time, scanning the lush greenery surrounding us. The private garden section we've chosen is secluded, wrapped in climbing vines and dotted with white orchids. Perfect for maintaining discretion from the press and any unwanted attention. The scent of jasmine fills the air, along with the earthy dampness of the conservatory. Language, Carter. Chantal appears from around a corner of tropical plants, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She's wearing the sage green dress we picked for the intimate ceremony, looking every bit the part of Zuri's maid of honor. Your bride is ready. My throat tightens. Bride. The word sounds foreign, even after all our careful planning. This marriage may have started as a business arrangement, but standing here, everything feels different. The weight of the moment hits me like a freight train, and I find myself gripping the edge of my suit jacket to steady my hands. Carter. Zuri's voice carries across the garden path, soft and melodic. I turn, and the world stops. Everything else fades away. The gentle rustling of leaves, the whispered conversations, even the damn birds singing overhead. She stands beneath an arch of white roses, wearing a simple silk dress that falls just below her knees. Her hair cascades in soft waves adorned with tiny white flowers. No veil, no train, no elaborate decorations. Just Zuri, more beautiful than I've ever seen her. The dress hugs her curves perfectly, the ivory silk catching the filtered sunlight in a way that makes her glow. Her eyes meet mine, and I see the same anticipation I'm feeling reflected in their depths. Holy crap, I whisper, earning an elbow from Jonas. He's trying to keep me in line, but damn if I can help myself. This woman is about to become my wife, and I'm completely undone. Zuri approaches slowly, her eyes never leaving mine. The dress hugs her curves in ways that make my mouth go dry. A small bouquet of white orchids trembles slightly in her hands, the only sign that she might be as affected by this moment as I am. Hi, she says softly, stopping beside me. Hi. My voice comes out rougher than intended. Up close, I notice the subtle shimmer on her collarbones, the way her hazel eyes seem to glow in the filtered sunlight. This woman who's managed my life with unwavering efficiency for the past few years suddenly looks like someone I've never seen before. The officiant takes his position, but I barely register his presence. I can't take my eyes off Zuri. Can't stop noticing new details. The delicate pearl earrings, the gentle curve of her neck, the way her lips part slightly as she takes a deep breath. This was supposed to be simple. A marriage of convenience. So why does it feel so real? The officiant's words blur together as I stare at Zuri's hands clasped in mine. Her skin is warm, soft, and I fight the urge to run my thumb across her knuckles. This isn't how it's supposed to feel, this electric current running through my veins at her touch. Carter! Jonas's voice snaps me back. Your vows! I clear my throat, pulling the folded paper from my pocket. The carefully crafted words suddenly feel inadequate. Zuri? My voice comes out deeper than intended. I promise to provide for you, to protect you, to... I pause, crumpling the paper slightly. Screw it! I stuff it back in my pocket, ignoring Chantal's quiet gasp. I promise to be the man you deserve. To wake up every day and choose you, choose us. To build something real, something lasting. The words pour out, unrehearsed and raw. Where the hell did that come from? Zuri's eyes widen, her fingers tightening around mine. When she speaks, her voice carries a tremor I've never heard before. I promise to stand by your side, through every storm and celebration, to be your partner, your confidant, your... She pauses, swallowing hard. Your wife. In every way that matters. The air between us crackles with tension. This isn't the rehearsed exchange we'd planned. You may kiss the bride. I lean in slowly, hesitant. This is just for show, I remind myself. But as my lips meet hers, everything shifts. Her mouth is soft, yielding, and something explodes in my chest, hot and urgent and completely unexpected. My hand finds her waist, pulling her closer. She tastes like mint and possibility, and damn if this doesn't feel more real than anything I've experienced in years. When we break apart, her eyes are dark, questioning. I'm sure mine mirror the same confusion, the same dangerous surge of desire and uncertainty. What the hell just happened? The small crowd of witnesses, just Jonas, Chantal, and the officiant, fade into background noise. Zuri's hand remains in mine, warm and soft, as we turn to face our friends. Her fingers tremble slightly against my palm, and I give her a reassuring squeeze to remind her that I'm right here. Congratulations! Chantal wraps Zuri in a tight embrace. That was beautiful. She wipes at her eyes, dabbing away tears that have smeared her mascara. Jonas extends his hand. Welcome to married life, man. His knowing smirk makes me want to punch him. The bastard's enjoying this way too much, probably remembering his own wedding to Chantal. I can't focus on their words. My lips still tingle from that kiss, a kiss that was supposed to be perfunctory, meaningless. Instead, it's branded into my memory like a hot iron. Oh, damn it. I wasn't prepared for how soft her lips would be, how perfectly she'd fit against me. Zuri laughs at something Chantal says, the sound light and musical. She glances my way and our eyes lock. The smile falters on her lips, replaced by something deeper, more uncertain. Questions swim in those hazel depths. Questions I'm not ready to answer. Hell, not even sure I know what the questions are, let alone how to respond to the way my body's still humming from that single moment of contact. The sunlight catches the simple gold band on her finger as she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. My own ring feels heavy, significant in a way I hadn't anticipated. Zuri excuses herself from Chantal and steps closer to me. Her perfume, something light and floral, wraps around me like a spell. Carter. My name on her lips sounds different now. Weighted. That was interesting, wasn't it? Sure it was. I meet her gaze and time seems to stop. The carefully constructed walls between employer and employee, between convenience and reality, feel paper thin. Something fundamental has shifted, leaving us both adrift in uncharted waters. She opens her mouth as if to speak, then closes it again. I recognize the look in her eyes, the same uncertainty churning in my gut, the same questions I can't bring myself to voice. What started as a simple solution has become anything but simple. You two should at least celebrate tonight, Chantal insists, her eyes sparkling with mischief. There's this amazing new rooftop bar downtown. We have that conference call with investors at 7 a.m., Zuri interjects, her professional mask sliding back into place. Forget the call. Jonas shakes his head. It's your wedding day. Wedding day. The words hit me like a slap to the face. Somewhere across town, Mia's at her piano lesson, completely unaware that her world has shifted. That her father just married her favorite person without telling her. Because if I told her and we eventually divorce like we know we will, it'll break her heart into pieces. At least let me take you both to dinner, Chantal persists. Something private, discreet, I know a place. I appreciate it, I cut in, checking my watch. The familiar motion grounds me, reminds me why we're doing this. The merger with Oswald Peterson's company will secure thousands of jobs, stabilize the market. This deception serves a greater purpose. But we should get back home. I've got some documents to review and sign. Jonas mutters something that sounds suspiciously like workaholic bastard, but I ignore him. Zuri's already gathering her small bouquet, her movements precise and efficient. My perfect assistant once again. Only the new ring on her finger betrays the magnitude of what we've done today. The guilt gnaws at me. Mia adores Zuri, treats her like family already. She deserves to know, to celebrate with us. But involving her means risking her happiness, and I'm not going to do that to my little girl. Nothing will change. Zuri will do as she has always done, playing with Mia even more so than before. They will have their early morning breakfast chats and their dinner-time conversations. Zuri can pick up and drop her off at school more often, which will make Mia happy. I straighten my tie, letting the familiar motion of CEO mode wash over me. This is just business, nothing more. So why does that thought feel like another lie?
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Zuri. The morning sun streams through the kitchen window as I flip another Mickey Mouse-shaped pancake, adding to the growing stack. Behind me, Mia's feet swing back and forth, tapping against her chair legs in a playful rhythm. Can you make his ears bigger? The last one looked more like a bear. She giggles, leaning over her plate to inspect my handiwork, with the kind of serious concentration only a 6-year-old can muster. A bear? Well, we can't have that. I pour the batter with extra care, creating perfectly round ears and making sure the nose is just the right size. Making Mickey Mouse pancakes is definitely not something they taught me to do back in school, but these morning moments with Mia are worth every second. How's this looking, my little food critic? Perfect! She claps her hands, bouncing in her seat. You're getting better at this. Way better than last week. I place the steaming pancake on her plate, watching as she drowns it in maple syrup with gleeful abandon. A drop lands on her pristine white uniform collar, and I stifle a groan. Oops, hold still. I grab a napkin, dabbing at the sticky spot before it can set. What would your dad say if I sent you to school looking like you wrestled with breakfast? Though knowing you, you'd probably make up an amazing story about pancake ninjas to explain it. Actually, he'd say it's totally normal for me. Mia grins, syrup now somehow on her chin too. After managing to get both Mia and her uniform cleaned up, we head to the car. She clutches her backpack covered in rainbow unicorns, skipping beside me. Hey, guess who I talked to yesterday? I buckle her into the back seat, double-checking the straps are secure like I always do. Kinsley's mom called to set up your play date after school. Mia's eyes light up like Christmas morning. Really? Is he still coming over? You bet. We're getting pizza and ice cream. I slide into the driver's seat, catching her excited expression in the rearview mirror. Her whole face is glowing with anticipation, and I can't help but smile back. Can we get the stuffed crust kind? Kinsley loves that one. She kicks her feet against the seat, barely able to contain her enthusiasm. Already planned on it, and I heard he's bringing his new superhero action figures to show you. I adjust my mirror and start the car, watching as her excitement reaches new heights. No way. She bounces in her seat, the seatbelt barely containing her joy. He got the new Spider-Man? The one that shoots webs? Dad said those were sold out everywhere. That's what I heard. I navigate through morning traffic, smiling at her continuous stream of questions about what flavors of ice cream we'll have, and if Kinsley might let her play with his toys. Once we get to the school, I help Mia out of her seat and walk her to the entrance of her classroom, where the rest of her friends are congregating. I'll see you later, okay? I say, waving goodbye as Mia takes off running to greet her friends. Her curls catch the morning light as she joins a cluster of friends near the classroom entrance, their excited chatter carrying across the yard. My chest tightens with warmth as she turns to give me one last enthusiastic wave before disappearing inside. Back at Carter's house, I tackle the weekend's aftermath. Stuffed animals create a parade across the living room floor, evidence of Mia's latest imaginary tea party. I scoop up Mr. Whiskers the cat and Princess Sparkles the unicorn, arranging them neatly on her bedroom shelf. In the family room, scattered crayons and half-finished drawings cover the coffee table. Each picture tells its own story. A purple dragon having lunch with a princess, what looks like Spider-Man riding a unicorn. I gather them into a neat pile, unable to resist smiling at her artistic interpretations. Lego pieces crunch under my feet as I move through the house. How does such a tiny person create so much chaos? I find building blocks under cushions, behind curtains, even one precariously balanced on top of a lampshade. The vacuum cleaner protests as it encounters yet another plastic brick. In the kitchen, I reorganize the cupboards that somehow got rearranged during Mia's cooking show performance yesterday. Plastic bowls go back to their proper homes, and measuring cups return to their hooks. A trail of glitter on the counter catches my eye. Remnants from last week's art project that somehow keeps reappearing no matter how many times I clean it. But with each toy I put away and every surface I wipe down, I feel more connected to this space, to this life we've built. This isn't just Carter's house anymore. It's a home filled with Mia's laughter, her creativity, her endless energy. And somehow, without even realizing it, I've become an essential part of that equation. The sound of keys jingling at the front door makes me pause mid-cleaning. Carter isn't supposed to be home until... His footsteps echo through the foyer, and I smooth down my dress, a new flowing number in deep burgundy that I'd chosen for today. The fabric swishes around my legs as I turn toward the kitchen entrance. Carter stops dead in his tracks. His eyes sweep over me, lingering on the way the dress hugs my waist before floating down to my knees. The intensity of his gaze sends electricity dancing across my skin. Damn. His voice comes out rough, almost gravelly. You look incredible in that dress, Zuri. My heart skips, then races. Suddenly, I'm more self-conscious as I fidget with the fabric at my sides. Thank you. The words come out softer than intended, and I clear my throat. I wasn't expecting you home this early. Did you forget something? His lips curve into that devastating half-smile that never fails to make my stomach flip. Clearly, I should come home early more often. The air between us feels charged, different from our usual professional exchanges back at the office. His presence fills the kitchen, making it harder to remember all the reasons I shouldn't read too much into this moment. I had a meeting cancel. Marcus has some emergency root canal he has to get done today, he adds, but his eyes haven't left me. Lucky break, I'd say. I duck my head, trying to hide the smile I can't quite contain. This feels dangerous. This spark, this shift. But I can't deny the way hope blooms deep within my heart, warm and bright and impossible to ignore. The warmth of his compliment lingers, and I find myself relaxing despite my usual guardedness. Well, since you're here early, would you like some coffee? I just made a fresh pot. Perfect timing. Carter moves closer, his shoulder brushing mine as he reaches for a mug from the cabinet above. The familiar scent of his cologne wraps around me, and for once I don't feel the need to step away. Our fingers touch as I hand him the coffee pot. The contact sends tingles through my hand, but instead of the usual awkward dance of avoidance, we share a smile. His eyes crinkle at the corners, not the polished business expression he usually wears, but something genuine and unguarded. How's Mia doing with the science project? He leans against the counter, cradling his mug. She's determined to make her volcano the biggest in class, though I had to convince her that adding glitter to the lava might be a bit much. His deep laugh fills the kitchen. That's my girl. Always trying to make everything sparkle. We fall into easy conversation about Mia's latest adventures, the tension between us since the wedding momentarily forgotten. But as I watch him sip his coffee, my heart aches with the complexity of our situation. We've created this comfortable routine. Morning pancakes with Mia, shared laughs over her latest artistic creations, quiet moments like this in the kitchen. The lines between professional and personal have blurred so gradually I barely noticed it happening. I've learned to read his moods, to anticipate his needs before he voices them. He's learned to trust me, not just with his schedule, but with his daughter's heart. Yet beneath this easy familiarity runs an undercurrent of something deeper, something I try not to examine too closely. I focus on wiping down the counter, averting my gaze. It would be so easy to let myself fall, to embrace these feelings that grow stronger each day. But I can't risk destroying what we've built here. This delicate balance of family and profession, of trust and boundaries. I've been thinking. Carter sets down his coffee mug, his expression turning serious. We need to go out to dinner soon. I pause mid-wipe of the counter. That's not necessary. It is. His tone carries that familiar note of authority that leaves no room for argument. We're married now, Zuri. People expect to see us together, especially my business associates. My fingers tighten around the cloth. I thought we agreed to keep this arrangement professional. Professional doesn't mean we can hide away. Marcus already asked why I haven't taken my new wife out to celebrate. He moves closer, and I catch another whiff of his cologne. We need to make this look real. The whole point was to avoid suspicion about the convenience of our marriage. Right. The word tastes bitter. Of course, this is about appearances. Everything about our marriage is about keeping up appearances. Where did you have in mind? Le Petit Jardin. Friday night. I'll make reservations for 8. My eyes widen. That's the most exclusive restaurant in the city. Exactly. His lips quirk up. The kind of place people expect me to take my wife. I swallow hard, trying to ignore how the word wife in his deep voice sends shivers down my spine. Fine, but what about Mia? Already thought of that. Mrs. Thompson, a few houses away, offered to watch her anytime we need a night out. He reaches out, his fingers brushing my arm. Wear something nice. That new dress of yours would be perfect. The spot where he touched me burns through the fabric. I nod, not trusting my voice. This is just business, I remind myself, just another part of our arrangement. But as I watch him stride out of the kitchen, I can't help wondering why my heart is racing at the thought of dinner with him.
Chapter 13. Carter. I pace across my home office, phone pressed to my ear. Everything needs to be perfect. I want red roses everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The event coordinator on the other end rattles off suggestions, but my mind drifts to Zuri. These past weeks, she's transformed our house into a real home. The way she braids Mia's hair each morning, how she remembers every detail of my schedule without missing a beat, the gentle touches when she hands me my coffee. Mr. Reynolds? The coordinator's voice snaps me back. Damn, I need to focus. This has to be flawless. Right. The chef, make sure they prepare that sea base exactly how we discussed. And the wine, the 82 Bordeaux is already being delivered, sir. I check my watch, running my thumb over the platinum band. 3 hours until Zuri returns from running errands and dropping Mia to her sleepover party. Just enough time to set everything up. My stomach knots with an unfamiliar tension, the kind I haven't felt since closing my first billion-dollar deal. But this matters more than any business transaction ever could. The staff arrives like a well-oiled machine. Rose petals scatter across the dining room table, crimson blooms spilling from crystal vases. Candles flicker in strategic corners, casting warm shadows against the walls. The private chef moves through the kitchen with practiced efficiency, the aroma of herbs and butter filling the air. My phone buzzes. A text from Zuri. Dropping Mia at Chantal and Jonas's home. Be home in 20. I straighten my tie, surveying the transformed space. The tension between us since the wedding hasn't gone unnoticed. Quick kisses whenever we're in public, stilted conversations over breakfast. She's trying so hard. But I see the uncertainty in her eyes when she thinks I'm not looking. Soon enough, as I'm guiding the staff out the back doors and thanking them for all the help, slipping the one who brought the flowers an extra tip for his outstanding work, I hear the sound I've been waiting for. The front door clicks open. Soft footsteps echo through the foyer, the familiar cadence of her heels against floor, making my pulse quicken. Carter! Zuri's voice carries a note of confusion, that sweet lilt that never fails to get under my skin. Why are all the lights? She rounds the corner to reach the dining room, freezing mid-sentence. The candlelight catches the gold flecks in her eyes, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. She's wearing that blue dress I love, the one that makes her look like she stepped out of a dream. The silk fabric clings to her curves in all the right places, reminding me exactly why I had to do this tonight. Why I needed everything to be perfect for her. What is all this? Her fingers trail along a rose petal, and I watch as she takes in the scene before her, the scattered petals forming a path to the table, the flickering candles casting shadows on the walls, the champagne chilling in its silver bucket. I close the distance between us. This is me saying thank you for everything you do for us, for Mia, for me. The words feel inadequate compared to what she truly means to my family, to what she's become in our lives. I pull out her chair, catching a whiff of her jasmine perfume as she settles in. The scent hits me sweetly, making my fingers linger just a second too long on the back of her chair. The chef appears with our first course, a delicate base dish that gleams under the candlelight, garnished with microherbs and a citrus vinaigrette I had him prepare specially for tonight. Carter, this is... Zuri's eyes dance across the table setting, taking in the crystal glasses and silver place settings, the hand-pressed linens, and the centerpiece of red roses and baby's breath. Her voice carries a note of awe that makes my chest tighten. You didn't have to do all this. I wanted to. I pour the Bordeaux, watching the deep red liquid catch the light. Besides, when's the last time we had dinner? Besides that time at Le Jardin Petit. Her laugh sends warmth through my chest. Right. Most nights we have Mia asking for mac and cheese or showing us her latest art project. Don't get me wrong, I love our family dinners. The word family slips out before I can catch it, but Zuri's smile only grows wider. But it's nice to get some time to ourselves, don't you think? Zuri nods. She takes a sip of wine, and I watch the tension ease from her shoulders. The chef brings out the sea bass, and Zuri's eyes light up at the presentation. This is incredible. She closes her eyes as she tastes the first bite, and something primal stirs in me at the sight of her pleasure. Though I have to admit I'm getting spoiled. First the flowers last week, now this. You deserve to be spoiled. I lean forward, drawn to the way the candlelight plays across her features. The wine has made her relax considerably, making her even more breathtaking. She takes another sip, longer this time. You know what I love about this? It reminds me of that night at the charity gala, when you kept stealing glances at me across the room. I wasn't stealing glances. I smirk. I was openly staring. Her laughter fills the room again, uninhibited and genuine. The wine has melted away her usual professional reserve, revealing the playful side I've been craving to see more of. Well, Mr. Reynolds, your staring technique certainly worked. She raises her glass in a mock toast. Here we are. Here we are, I echo, clinking my glass against hers. The warmth in her eyes makes my chest tight with something that feels dangerously close to hope. The wine flows, and with each glass, Zuri's professional mask slips further away. Her shoulders relax, her gestures become more animated, and that musical laugh of hers comes more freely. Remember when Mia insisted on making breakfast last Sunday? Zuri leans back in her chair, swirling the crimson liquid. I've never seen pancake batter on the ceiling before. That was impressive. I have to give it to her for that. Christ, don't remind me. Took forever to clean that up. I can't help but grin at the memory. Though you jumping on the counter to reach it was pretty entertaining. Hey, some of us weren't blessed with your height. She kicks my shin playfully under the table. The contact, brief as it is, sends electricity through my body. I watch as she brings the wine glass to her lips, transfixed by the way her throat moves when she swallows. The candlelight casts shadows that dance across her collarbones, and my fingers itch to trace them. This wine is dangerous, she murmurs, setting down her glass. Her eyes meet mine, holding a heat that makes my pulse quicken. Almost as dangerous as the way you're looking at me right now. How am I looking at you? My voice comes out rougher than intended. She leans forward, and the movement causes one strap of her dress to slip slightly off her shoulder. Like you want to devour me. The air between us crackles with tension. Every breath she takes, every subtle shift in her position, draws me in like a moth to flame. The wine has painted her cheeks with a warm glow, and her lips, damn me, her lips are parted just slightly. Maybe I do. The words escape before I can stop them, raw and honest. Her breath catches, and she reaches for her wine glass again, but her hand trembles slightly. I catch her wrist, my thumb finding her pulse point. It races under my touch. Carter. My name on her lips sounds like a prayer and a warning all at once. The magnetic pull between us is undeniable now, charged with weeks of stolen glances and careful distances kept. The wine has stripped away our careful pretenses, leaving nothing but this crackling energy that threatens to consume us both. I'm still holding her wrist, feeling her pulse flutter beneath my fingers like a trapped bird. The candlelight catches in her hair, turning the black waves into liquid silk. My thumb traces slow circles on her skin, and I watch as her lips part on a shaky exhale. Do you have any idea what you do to me? The words come out gravelly, strained with need. Zuri's free hand reaches across the table, her fingers trailing along my forearm. Show me! The air between us grows thicker. Her eyes lock with mine. Those mesmerizing hazel depths darkened with desire. The rest of the room fades away until there's nothing but her, nothing but this moment suspended in amber. I rise from my chair, never breaking our connection. My hand slides up her arm, settling at the nape of her neck. Her skin burns hot under my palm. Carter. She tilts her face up, and that simple movement undoes me. I crash my lips against hers, swallowing her gasp. She tastes like wine and promises, her mouth soft and yielding beneath mine. Her fingers clutch at my shirt, pulling me closer as the kiss deepens. Years of restraint shatter in an instant. Every careful boundary, every professional distance melting away under the heat of her touch. She rises to meet me, pressing herself against my chest. My hands tangle in her hair, angling her head to deepen the kiss further. Her tongue meets mine, and a growl rumbles deep in my throat. She answers with a whimper that sends fire racing through my veins. I break away only to trail kisses down her neck, drunk on the taste of her skin. Her nails dig into my shoulders, and the sharp sting only fuels my hunger. She arches into me, seeking more contact, more pressure, more everything. God, I've wanted this, she breathes against my mouth. Wanted you? I capture her lips again, pouring months of longing into the kiss. Her hands roam across my chest, leaving trails of heat in their wake. Every touch, every breath, every shared moment of passion pushes us further past the point of no return.
Chapter 14. Zuri. I stagger slightly, the world spinning in a delightful tipsy haze as Carter guides me through his dimly lit home. His grip is firm, commanding, yet gentle. The distant city lights twinkle through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow that barely illuminates the path to his bedroom. My heart thumps wildly, anticipation coursing through my veins like champagne bubbles. Carter pushes open the heavy wooden door, revealing a room that's as sleek and sophisticated as the man himself. The king-sized bed, with its crisp white linens, stands like a promise in the center. But my focus is on him, his intense gaze, the way his lips curl into a subtle, knowing smile. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I'm still buzzing from the wine, a pleasant tipsiness that makes everything feel a little hazy, a little dreamlike. But I'm aware enough to know that this is real, that Carter is real, that what just happened between us is real. A smile tugs at the corners of my mouth as I trace circles on his chest with my fingertips. I've fantasized about this for so long, about being in his arms, about feeling his body against mine. It feels surreal, like a dream come true. What's going through your head right now? Carter asks. I tilt my head up to look at him, my grin widening. I was just thinking, I've wanted this for a long time. He smiles back, a genuine, heart-melting smile that reaches his eyes. Me too, Zuri. Me too. I snuggle closer to him, content and happy. This is where I want to be. This is where I belong. In Carter's arms, in his bed, in his life. The realization sends a warm flutter through my chest. Carter's hand runs lazy circles up and down my back, his touch soothing and gentle. I close my eyes, letting the sensation lull me into a state of pure bliss. I'm not sure what tomorrow will bring, but right now, at this moment, everything feels perfect.
Chapter 15. Carter. The morning sun streams through the kitchen windows, casting long shadows across the marble countertops. I grip my coffee mug tighter, watching Mia devour her chocolate chip pancakes at the dining table. Her face is lit up with pure joy, and damn if it doesn't make my chest ache knowing I can't spend the day with her. Ever since that night between Zuri and I, where she got tipsy off the wine and I got drunk off the sight of her, things have changed. Because of me. Because I couldn't keep my hands to myself. Couldn't stop thinking about how perfect she looked in that dress. How her laugh made everything else fade away. I don't want to do this to her. I don't want to break Zuri's heart when this arrangement comes to an end. It's all in the contract. This will only last until the deal is fully secured. The merger needs to go through smoothly, and having a stable relationship, even if it's fake, is crucial for my image right now. Catching feelings is bad news for the both of us. We won't last, so what's the point of becoming too attached to one another? It's a recipe for disaster that I'm not willing to stick around and try. And Zuri, damn it, she deserves better than some temporary arrangement with a man who can't give her what she needs. Someone who's too focused on empire building to be the kind of partner she deserves. Daddy, can we go to the park today? Mia's fork clatters against her plate. Her big brown eyes look up at me with so much hope it nearly breaks my resolve. Not today, Princess. I've got meetings. The words come out harsher than intended, and I catch Zuri's slight flinch as she moves around the kitchen. I hate disappointing either of them, but the Peterson deal won't close itself. She places a fresh glass of orange juice next to Mia's plate, her movements precise, calculated. Different from her usual flowing grace. The air between us crackles with unspoken words. I can read the disappointment in the tight set of her shoulders, the way she won't quite meet my eyes. It's driving me crazy, but I can't deal with this right now. But you promised last week we could go when you weren't busy. I said no, Mia. I cut her off, immediately regretting my tone when her lower lip trembles. Damn it! I'm screwing this up. Again. Zuri's spine stiffens and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. I could take her if you'd like. Her voice carries a professional distance that wasn't there before. Before that night. Before everything got complicated. Before I let myself cross a line I'd sworn I never would. That won't be necessary. I drain my coffee, avoiding her gaze and the accusation I know I'll find there. My fingers tighten around the empty mug. You have enough on your plate with the stuff that you have to do. The words sound hollow even to my own ears. Just another excuse to keep my walls up. Right. The word drops like ice between us, making my jaw clench. Because that's all I am. The help. Mia looks between us, her forehead creasing, those big brown eyes of hers catching every detail. Damn it. Are you mad at each other? No, sweetheart. Zuri's voice softens for Mia, though the tension remains in her shoulders, a rigid line I want to smooth away with my hands. But I can't, won't. Your daddy and I are just discussing work. Work. The safe territory we're retreating to. It's easier this way. Safer. The memory of her skin against mine, her breath on my neck, the way she'd whispered my name in that darkened bedroom. I push it away, lock it down, bury it under spreadsheets and meetings and everything else that doesn't make my chest ache like this. None of that should have happened. I let myself get too carried away. Let desire override common sense. And for what? For it to end once the Peterson deal is done and over with. For her to walk away like everyone else has. I should get some work done, I say abruptly. Guilt twists in my gut. Be good for Zuri, Princess. I resist the urge to look back at Zuri one more time. Looking back is dangerous. Looking back means admitting there's something to look back at. You haven't finished your breakfast, Zuri points out, her professional mask slipping to reveal a flash of hurt. The sight of it hits me like a sucker punch to the gut. Lost my appetite. The words come out harsher than I mean them to. I'm making this worse. The distance between us spans more than the few feet of kitchen tile. Every step I take away from her feels like the right choice, the responsible choice. But why does doing the right thing feel like swallowing broken glass? My chest constricts with each step, like someone's wrapped barbed wire around my ribs and keeps pulling tighter. I stride down the hallway toward my home office, but footsteps behind me make my shoulders tense. The sound of her heels clicking against the hardwood floor echoes in my ears, a reminder of everything I'm trying to walk away from, everything I shouldn't want, but desperately do. Carter, wait. Zuri's voice carries a hint of concern I've grown to both admire and dread. We need to talk about what happened. There's nothing to discuss. My hand grips the doorknob, an escape route. Really? Because avoiding me and snapping at Mia isn't exactly nothing. She steps closer, and the scent of her jasmine perfume hits me dead on. A reminder of how much I like her, how much I'm falling for her, even if I shouldn't. You've barely looked at me since... I have a conference call in 10 minutes. The lie tastes bitter, coating my tongue like acid. God, I hate lying to her, but it's easier than facing the truth burning between us. Of course you do. Her laugh holds no humor sharp as broken glass. You know, I thought after that night, after everything we shared, it was a mistake. The words scrape my throat raw, each syllable like swallowing sandpaper. I force myself to maintain eye contact, even though it kills me. We got caught up in the moment, that's all. She crosses her arms, blocking my path. Her jasmine scent wraps around me, threatening to break my resolve. Is that what you tell yourself? That it meant nothing? My jaw clenches so hard my teeth might crack. I want to grab her, tell her she means everything, but I can't. I won't. What do you want from me, Zuri? This is a business arrangement. The Peterson deal needs this marriage to look real, nothing more. The last words come out harsher than intended, but maybe that's better. Maybe if I hurt her enough, she'll walk away before I destroy us both. Right. She steps back, and the loss of her warmth is immediate. Just business. My mistake for thinking there might be something genuine underneath all those walls you've built. Zuri. No, I get it. You're the boss. I'm the employee. The lines are clear now. She turns away, her shoulders rigid, her voice carrying that professional tone that cuts deeper than any anger could. I'll update your calendar with today's meetings. Zuri, wait! My voice cracks, betraying the emotion I'm trying to keep locked down. Damn it! I drag a hand through my hair, fighting the urge to reach for her. This is for the best. I don't want to hurt you or Mia. She spins around, her eyes blazing with an intensity that pins me in place. The mask shatters, revealing raw pain underneath. My chest tightens at the sight. For the best? Her fingers curl into fists at her sides. That's rich coming from you. You don't understand. The words taste like ash in my mouth. I take half a step forward before forcing myself to stop. Oh, I understand perfectly. She takes a step forward, close enough that I catch another whiff of jasmine. Close enough to see the slight tremor in her lower lip. Close enough that I have to jam my hands in my pockets to keep from touching her. The great Carter Reynolds, always doing what's best for everyone else, making all the decisions, playing the noble martyr. That's not. Every defense I try to mount crumbles before it can form. The thing is, Carter... A forced smile twists her lips, and the sight of it hits harder than any punch I've taken. The only thing you seem to excel at is hurting us unintentionally. I watch her walk away, each click of her heels against the floor driving home what a coward I am. The tension in her spine, the way she holds herself. It's all wrong. But this is better. Safer. For everyone involved. The memory of her lips against mine, the way she melted into my arms that night in my bedroom, how perfectly she fit against me. None of it matters. It can't matter. I won't let it, Even if every cell in my body screams otherwise, the fake marriage will end. The deal will close. And life will go back to normal. Back to mindless meetings and empty social functions. Back to being Carter Reynolds' CEO, instead of the man who almost let himself feel something real. So why does normal suddenly feel so damn empty? Like I'm choosing to walk into a prison of my own making, throwing away the only key that could set me free.
Chapter 16. Zuri. The morning sun warms my face as I pull into the parking lot of Adventure World, navigating between rows of cars already filled with eager families. My heart lifts at Mia's gasp from the back seat when she spots the towering roller coasters piercing the sky, their metal tracks glinting in the sunlight. We're here. Look at all the rides. Mia presses her face against the window, leaving tiny fingerprints on the glass. Her excitement is infectious, and I can't help but smile at her boundless enthusiasm. Ready for the best day ever? I adjust my sunglasses and catch her beaming reflection in the rearview mirror. Her curls bounce as she nods vigorously, practically vibrating in her booster seat. Can we go on everything? Even the big ones? She points at the largest coaster, its peaks disappearing into the clouds. We'll see about those big ones, sweetie. Let's start with something fun, but not too scary. I pull into a spot, already mapping out our day to hit all the age-appropriate rides first. The last thing I need is to traumatize her on the monster coasters before we even get started. As we walk through the entrance gates, Mia's small hand slips into mine. The familiar weight grounds me, pushing away thoughts of Carter's cold shoulder. His clipped responses and buried nose in his phone screen flash through my mind, but I shake them away. Today isn't about that. The teacups. Can we do those first? Mia tugs me toward the spinning ride, her curls bouncing with each step. Her enthusiasm is contagious, and I can't help but grin at how she practically skips across the pavement. Lead the way, Captain. I let her pull me along, enjoying how her eyes light up at the whimsical display of oversized teacups painted in bright, swirling patterns. The line moves quickly, and soon we're settling into a purple teacup. Mia's legs swing as she grips the wheel in the center, her small fingers wrapping around the metal with determination. I spin the wheel and our teacup whirls. Mia's laughter rings out, pure joy echoing across the ride. The world blurs into streaks of color, and for these precious moments, nothing exists beyond our purple sanctuary and the sound of Mia's happiness. Again, she declares as we stumble off, both dizzy but grinning. Let's try the carousel first. Then we can come back for another spin. The park buzzes around us. Children shrieking on rides. The smell of cotton candy and popcorn floating through the air. Music from different attractions blending together. Mia skips beside me, pointing at everything that catches her eye. Her enthusiasm washes away the knot that's been sitting on my chest since last week's tension with Carter began building. Mia's screams of delight echo through the air as our car crests another small hill on the junior coaster. Her arms shoot up, and I hold her tight around the middle, making sure she stays secure. The wind whips through our hair as we zoom around gentle curves, nothing like the death-defying drops of the adult rides looming in the distance. That was awesome. Mia bounces on her toes as we exit through the gate, her curls wild from the wind. Can we get cotton candy now? Please? Pretty please with sprinkles on top? Sure, sweetheart. I guide her toward a nearby vendor, my hand resting lightly on her shoulder as we weave through the crowd. I'm trying to ignore how naturally the term of endearment flows, how perfect it feels to spend time with her like this. It's not my place to act so maternal, no matter how right it feels in my heart. The cotton candy dissolves on my tongue, too sweet and sticky, like the memories of Carter's lingering touches and stolen glances. Now those moments have been replaced by curt nods and avoided eye contact. the warmth in his dark eyes gone cold. The space between us grows wider each day, filled with unspoken words and professional courtesy. Mia tears into her pink cloud of sugar, getting sticky residue all over her cheeks and even managing to get some in her curls. Daddy loves cotton candy too. We should bring him some. The blue kind is his favorite. My chest tightens at the mention of Carter, memories of sharing treats at office parties flooding back. Maybe next time, sweetie. My phone buzzes in my pocket, the vibration matching my suddenly racing pulse. Carter's name flashes across the screen, stark and demanding. Where's Mia? Haven't heard from you all morning. The text hurts me more than I expected to, leaving me winded. Not, how are you both doing? Or, hope you're having fun. Or even a simple, thanks for taking her out. Just checking up on his daughter, reminding me with crystal clarity that I'm just the help, the convenient childcare option. The line between personal and professional has become razor sharp, cutting deeper every time we interact. These days, even our email exchanges feel cold and formal, worlds away from the easy banter we once shared. I type back quickly, at Adventure World. She's having a great time. Just finished the Dragon Coaster. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Finally, keep me updated. That's it. No thank you for spending my Saturday with his daughter. No acknowledgement of how much time I've spent with his daughter. Look, they have face painting. Mia points to a colorful booth, her cotton candy forgotten. Can we go? I pocket my phone, pushing away the ache that materializes in my heart. Of course we can. At the face painting booth, Mia chooses a glittering butterfly design that spans her cheeks. The artist works with delicate strokes, and I watch Mia's face transform with each sweep of the brush. Her joy reminds me of the times Carter's eyes would light up during our morning coffee chats, before the walls went up, before every interaction became a careful dance of professionalism. You should get one too. Mia bounces in her seat as the artist adds final touches to her wings, sending glitter cascading onto her shoulders. I don't know, sweetie. Maybe we should. Please, then we can match. Her enthusiasm breaks through my hesitation. Those big brown eyes of hers could melt steel, and I'm nowhere near that strong. The artist glances at me with a knowing smile, already reaching for a clean brush. I settle into the chair, choosing a simpler design. As the brush tickles my cheek, I think about how naturally this role fits. Spending weekends with Mia, knowing her favorite snacks, the way she likes her sandwiches cut. But Carter's text sits heavy in my mind, a reminder that I'm walking a precarious line that he clearly doesn't want me to cross. The sun begins its descent as we make our way to the Ferris wheel, casting long shadows across the park. Mia clutches my hand, her other arm wrapped around a stuffed unicorn we won at the ring toss. Look how high it goes. She presses against the safety bar as our car begins to rise. I pull her close, breathing in the cotton candy sweetness still clinging to her hair. The park spreads out below us, full of lights in motion. At the apex, we can see the entire city skyline, including the Reynolds Industries building where Carter's probably still working, buried in reports and meetings. Mia leans into my side, her small body warm against mine as our cart sways gently at the top of the wheel. The stuffed unicorn sits forgotten in her lap as she gazes at the twinkling lights below. The setting sun paints everything in soft oranges and pinks, creating a magical moment suspended between earth and sky. Today was the best day ever. She wraps her arms around my waist, pressing her face into my ribcage. Her butterfly face paint sparkles in the fading light, wings shimmering across her cheeks like stardust. I love you, Zuri. My breath catches in my throat. The words hit me like a physical force, spreading warmth through my chest even as tears prick at the corners of my eyes. In all my years of working for Carter, I never expected his daughter to claim such a huge piece of my heart. For a moment, I can't speak past the emotion closing my throat. I love you too, sweetheart. My voice comes out rough with feeling, and I pull her closer, resting my chin on top of her curls. She smells like sugar and sunshine, and my heart feels too big for my chest. The Ferris wheel creaks softly as we sway, this perfect moment stretching out like taffy between us. The wheel turns slowly, carrying us through the air. Mia stays nestled against me, her breathing steady and content. I stroke her hair, memorizing everything about this moment, the weight of her trust, the perfect peace in her expression, the way the city lights blur through my tears. Our cart rocks gently as we make another rotation. Neither of us speaks, wrapped in a bubble of quiet understanding that needs no words. Her small fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt, holding on like she never wants to let go. I press a kiss to the top of her head, knowing this moment will stay with me forever, even as I try not to think about the complications it brings. For now, I just hold her close as we circle through the darkening sky, our hearts beating in sync. Regardless of what happens between Carter and I, there's one thing for certain. This little girl has made me into a better person, and I will never forget these moments I shared with her, no matter where life leads us from here.
Chapter 17. Carter. The crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow across the grand ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton, each prism catching and scattering light like stars brought down to earth. Champagne flows freely as the city's elite mingle, their laughs echoing off marble columns and bouncing through the opulent space. I adjust my tie for the 100th time tonight, scanning the room from behind the podium while trying to ignore all of the expectations pressing down on my shoulders. Zuri stands near the back, hanging close to the walls as she nurses a champagne flute, looking stunning in that midnight blue dress that hugs her curves. There's been a few men who have come up to her and talk, but she's been noticeably distant, only offering small smiles and polite pleasantries. Nothing more. Watching her deflect their advances gives me a satisfaction I'm not ready to examine too closely. My throat tightens, wondering how she must be feeling at this moment. She hates these events almost as much as I do, though she's too professional to ever say it outright. The fake smiles, the endless small talk, it's all just an elaborate dance we're forced to perform. But she stands by me regardless. She takes the media questions like a champ. She kisses me on the cheek for the cameras, even though I can tell how forced the movements are. She smiles at me and compliments me in front of reporters, making them swoon about how perfect of a couple we are. "What can you say about the speediness of your engagement and wedding?" one of them asked her. Zuri had flipped her hair over her shoulder and offered a show-stopping smile. "When you know, you know. That's all I can really say." I blink, snapping myself out of my daze as the MC taps the microphone to catch the room's attention. Suddenly, all eyes are fixed on the stage. On me. "And now, ladies and gentlemen," the MC's voice booms through the speakers, commanding attention. "Please welcome Carter Reynolds, CEO of Reynolds Enterprises." I straighten my shoulders, ready to play my part in tonight's performance. The applause washes over me as I take center stage, the bright lights casting dramatic shadows across the podium. These speeches used to make me a bit nervous. Now they're as natural as breathing, just another part of running a billion-dollar empire. My fingers tap the edge of the polished wood, a habit I've never managed to shake, even after countless presentations and media appearances. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming and enjoying this evening together. When we talk about success in business, we often focus on numbers, strategies, and market share. I pause, letting my gaze sweep across the sea of expectant faces, catching glimpses of the most influential players in the industry hanging on my every word. But tonight I want to talk about something different, something that forms the backbone of every lasting enterprise: relationships. A murmur ripples through the crowd, exactly the reaction I was hoping for. These stuffed shirts expect the usual corporate stuff, but I've learned that throwing them off balance is the best way to keep their attention. In the front row, Oswald Peterson leans forward, his bushy eyebrows raised. My father taught me that business isn't just about transactions. It's about trust, about building connections that withstand market crashes and economic downturns. Hell, anyone can make a quick buck, but lasting success? That takes something deeper. My eyes drift across the room, drawn like a magnet to a familiar figure in midnight blue. Zuri has shifted, and now she stands near the bar, asking for another drink. Even from here, I catch the slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The way she leans against the polished mahogany, all grace and quiet confidence, makes it damn near impossible to focus on my speech. Family values aren't just buzzwords here. They're the foundation of everything we do. The words catch in my throat as Zuri looks up, our ears meeting across the crowded room. Something electric passes between us, making my pulse quicken. When we treat our partners like family, when we invest in relationships rather than just portfolios, that's when true growth happens. That's when we build empires that last generations, not just fiscal quarters. She holds my gaze for a moment too long, and suddenly the rest of the room fades away. The speech I've rehearsed a dozen times becomes background noise to the thundering in my chest. I haven't felt this off balance since my first board meeting years ago. It's these bonds, I continue, forcing myself to look away from those mesmerizing hazel eyes, that have helped us achieve record growth this quarter. Because at Reynolds Enterprises, we don't just build products, we build lasting partnerships, ones that matter, ones that support us even when we go through the most difficult times of our lives. My voice carries across the room with practiced authority, but inside I'm wrestling with emotions I'd rather keep buried. The words that were once at the forefront of my mind blur together suddenly. My heart pounds against my ribcage as the reality of what I've just said hits me. Partnerships. The word echoes in my mind, conjuring images I've tried to keep locked away. Images of failed relationships, of promises broken, of everything I swore I'd never risk again. Yet here I am, stealing glances at my Zuri like some lovesick teenager instead of the CEO I'm supposed to be. That's when the starts come rushing into my mind. The fond memories we've shared during the short span of this fake marriage. Mia's laughter as she chases butterflies in our garden. Zuri's smile as she helps my daughter with her homework at the kitchen counter. The three of us together, sharing breakfast on lazy Sunday mornings. Mr. Reynolds? Someone whispers from the side of the stage. I clear my throat, gripping the podium tighter. Our commitment to... The words stick. Zuri shifts her weight, concern etched across her features. She takes a step forward as if ready to intervene if needed. Damn it, I'm Carter Reynolds. I don't freeze during speeches. But here I am, trapped in a vision of what could be, of Zuri's hand in mine as we walk Mia to school, of family game nights and shared secrets and belonging. I want everyone in this room to know that, here, our commitment goes beyond quarterly reports and profit margins. My voice steadies, but my mind races with memories of Zuri singing Mia to sleep when I worked late, of finding them both curled up on the couch watching Disney movies. The truth hits me all at once. I don't want an assistant who's good with my daughter. I don't want a professional relationship with carefully drawn boundaries. I want mornings filled with sleepy smiles and evenings spent planning our future. I want to come home to both of them every day for the rest of my life. The realization steals my breath. Here, in front of hundreds of people, I'm having an epiphany about what truly matters, and it has nothing to do with market shares or corporate mergers. It's about the woman in the midnight blue dress who organizes my life, loves my daughter, and has somehow worked her way past every defense I've ever built. I take a deep breath, steadying myself against the polished wood. Years of boardroom negotiations have taught me how to mask uncertainty with confidence. Tonight is no different. At Reynolds Enterprises, we're not just building the future. We're creating legacies for our partners, our employees, and most importantly, our families. We want to create an environment that makes people proud to work here, to make families proud to have an association with the company and all it entails. The words flow naturally now, powered by the raw truth I've just discovered. This quarter's success isn't measured in stock prices or market caps. It's measured in the trust you've placed in us, in the relationships we've forged together. And I hope that this trust can continue well into the future. The crowd leans in, caught up in the unexpected intimacy of my words. I catch Peterson nodding vigorously in the front row. So here's to building something greater than ourselves, to creating connections that last generations. Because at the end of the day, that's what truly matters. The applause erupts like thunder, people rising to their feet. Through the sea of standing ovations, my eyes find Zuri again. She's clapping too, but there's something different in her expression, a softness I've never allowed myself to acknowledge before. The truth hits harder this time. She's been there all along, holding my world together while I pretended not to notice. Every morning coffee perfectly prepared, every crisis smoothly handled, every moment with Mia carefully protected. She's become the foundation I never knew I needed. My chest tightens as I step away from the podium, the crowd's enthusiasm washing over me, but I barely hear them. All I can focus on is the way Zuri's dress catches the light, how her smile reaches her eyes when she's truly happy, how complete my life feels when she's in it. I've spent years building walls, constructing the perfect image of control. Now those walls are crumbling, leaving me exposed in a way that makes my hands shake. The master of boardroom battles, brought low by a simple truth. I'm falling for my assistant, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it. The MC takes the stage, moving on to the next portion of the awards ceremony, celebrating the most distinguished employees at my company. I find my seat, but the rest of the evening blurs into background noise. My carefully constructed world has shifted on its axis, and I'm still trying to find my footing.
Chapter 18. Zuri. His speech at the business gala should have made me feel better, but no, it did the opposite. My stomach churned with every word he spoke about family values and commitment, knowing it was all for show. Instead of feeling proud of Carter Reynolds, my husband on paper, the man who I signed my life away to, I've never felt more betrayed. Each perfectly rehearsed word felt like a knife twisting deeper into my heart. He can stand up there and talk big game about how he's a family man to the whole world. But when we're alone, when no one else is around, I don't get that treatment. And it's all because he's too scared to confront his own feelings, too damn terrified to admit that what started as a marriage of convenience might have evolved into something real, something that threatens the careful walls he's built around himself. God, sometimes I wonder if he even realizes how much his emotional distance hurts. I trace my fingers continually along the silk comforter of my bed. The morning sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across the hardwood floors. My chest tightens as memories flood in. Mia's giggles echoing through the kitchen while we bake cookies, Carter's rare, genuine smiles during movie nights, the spark of electricity when our hands brush reaching for popcorn. How much more of this can I take before my heart gives in? How many times do I have to deny myself happiness? Stop it, I whisper to myself, pulling my knees to my chest. You're just here because of the contract. He made that clear from the beginning. But the memories refuse to fade. Last month's family dinner plays on repeat. Mia proudly showing off her artwork. Carter's deep laugh filling the room. For a moment, it felt real, like I belonged. Then came the night we made love, passionate, desperate, everything I'd dreamed of and more. After that, the canceled plans started piling up like autumn leaves, the cold shoulder that made Antarctica feel tropical in comparison. The way Carter's walls slam up whenever we get too close, his eyes turning to steel, leaving me standing alone in emotional darkness, reaching for something I can't touch. I grab my phone, scrolling through texts for the 100th time today. Nothing from him, just like yesterday. Not that I expected different. He's probably buried in meetings, barking orders at his executives, too focused on work to notice the growing distance between us. Or maybe he's deliberately ignoring it, like he ignores everything else that threatens his carefully constructed world. My gaze lands on a crayon drawing Mia made last week, stuck to my mirror with sparkly washi tape. 3 stick figures holding hands. Me with crazy curly hair, Carter towering above us both, and Mia in the middle, wearing her favorite purple dress. My family, scrawled across the top in wobbly letters. The sight makes my chest ache with longing for something that seems further away with each passing day. Damn it. Tears splash onto my hands. This house, these people, they've woven themselves into my heart. But Carter's hot and cold treatment is slowly killing me. One day he's flirting, looking at me like I'm his entire world. The next, I'm just the nanny, invisible except when he needs something. The truth hits hard. Loving them isn't enough. Not when half my heart breaks every time Carter retreats behind his emotional walls. Not when I spend nights analyzing every interaction, wondering if I imagine the connection between us. Reaching for my phone again, I take a deep breath. I know what I have to do, but that doesn't make it hurt any less. My fingers hover over the phone screen, trembling like leaves in autumn wind. The words I need to say have been building up for weeks, pressing against my ribcage, demanding release. I take a deep breath and start typing, "Carter, I need to tell you something, and I hope you'll understand. These past couple months have been everything I never knew I wanted. Being with you and Mia, it felt like coming home. But I can't keep pretending this situation isn't tearing me apart. One day you're there, making me believe in us, and the next, it's like I'm invisible. I know that I made a mistake in accepting this fake marriage deal, knowing that real feelings might be involved. That's my fault. I need space to think, to heal, to figure out who I am, without constantly wondering if today you'll see me as something more. I care about you both too much to keep going like this. I'm sorry." My thumb hovers over the send button. "Delete it," a voice whispers. "Pretend everything's fine. Keep your walls up like he does. Play the perfect pretend wife, the perfect everything he needs me to be, but I can't. Not anymore. The weight of pretending has become too heavy to carry. I hit send. The message changes to delivered, and my stomach drops. The finality of it hits me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I set the phone on my nightstand, unable to watch for those 3 dots that might never appear. The screen's glow feels like an accusation that I can't bear to look at anymore. My fingers curl into the Egyptian cotton sheets, the ones Carter insisted on buying when I first moved in, claiming nothing but the best for his household. 1,000 thread count to cradle me in luxury while my heart breaks. The irony tastes bitter now. Everything in this room, in this house, screams of his presence, his control, his desperate need to take care of everyone except himself. Tears spill over, hot and unstoppable. I grip the sheets tighter, trying to anchor myself as waves of grief crash through me. Each sob feels like it's being ripped from somewhere deep inside, somewhere I've kept locked away since that first spark between us. My phone vibrates against the nightstand, the screen lighting up with Carter's name. Another buzz, and another. The notifications cascade like dominoes, missed calls, texts, voicemails. I grab my phone, hands shaking so badly I can barely read the screen. 10 messages already, with more and more piling in the longer I keep him waiting. Each notification feels like another punch to the gut. What the hell is this? Answer your phone. We need to talk now. Zuri, don't do this. I'm coming home. Pick up the damn phone. The messages keep coming, each one more desperate than the last. The device buzzes again in my palm, making me jump. Carter's contact photo fills the screen. Him and Mia at the park, both grinning at the camera on that perfect autumn day. God, they look so happy, so normal. My thumb hovers over the green button, muscle memory nearly betraying my resolve. Everything in me screams to answer, to hear his voice, but I know if I do, I'll crumble. One word from him and all my carefully constructed walls will come tumbling down. No. I switch the phone to silent and toss it face down on the bed. It continues to vibrate against the comforter, each motion like a reminder of what I've done. Standing up, I pace the room, wrapping my arms around myself. The urge to check the messages claws at my chest. What else is he saying? Is he angry? Hurt? Does he finally understand? The phone keeps lighting up in irregular pulses. I force myself to look away, focusing instead on the trees outside my window, on the birds that sing their beautiful morning tunes. But still, that damn phone keeps buzzing. My heart screams to answer, to hear his voice, to let him explain. But I know better. I've heard all his explanations before, watched him build walls even as he tears mine down. The vibrations finally stop. The silence feels heavier than the notifications ever did. I curl up in the window seat, pressing my forehead against the cool glass, and let the tears fall freely. Sometimes doing the right thing feels exactly like breaking your own heart. I can't stay here. Not after what I've done. I pull up the household management app on my tablet, fingers trembling as I type instructions for the day. The words blur through my tears, but I force myself to focus. Emergency personal day. Mariah to handle Mia's pickup from school. Regular afternoon activities proceed as scheduled. Jennifer on evening duty until 9 p.m. A notification pops up immediately, Sarah confirming receipt. Then Jennifer. The efficiency I usually pride myself on now feels like daggers ripping their way through my heart. They'll take good care of her. They always do. Love you, baby girl. I whisper to Mia's smiling face on my lock screen. I'm so sorry. My heels click against marble as I head for the garage. Each step echoes like a countdown, memories flooding back, teaching Mia to tie her shoes by these stairs, Carter's hand on my lower back as we rushed out for charity galas, stolen kisses in shadowy corners, lingering touches when nobody else was watching. The garage door whirs open. Sunlight streams in, harsh and unforgiving. I pause at my car, keys digging into my palm. Keep walking, I tell myself. Just keep walking. But once outside, the facade crumbles. My shoulders shake with silent sobs as I fumble with the car door. The morning air feels too sharp, too real against my tear-stained cheeks. Everything I've bottled up comes pouring out. The longing, the hurt, the desperate wish that things could be different. I slide into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles start hurting. The enormity of what I'm doing hits me full force. No more family dinners. No more bedtime stories. No more pretending we're a real family. A wounded sound escapes my throat, raw and primal. I let the tears fall freely now, each one carrying away another piece of the life I'd foolishly thought I could have. The space around me feels vast and empty. No Carter's commanding presence, no Mia's infectious laughter. Just me, finally choosing myself over a beautiful lie.
Chapter 19. Carter. I slam my phone down on the desk, my heart hammering against my ribs. Fifth call. Still no answer. The silence from Zuri's end twists my gut into knots. Every minute of radio silence feels like an eternity, and my imagination runs wild with possibilities I don't want to consider. Pick up, damn it. I grab my phone again, hitting redial with enough force to make my finger ache. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3. Straight to voicemail. Her professional voice message plays in my ear, each word increasing the dread pooling in my stomach. The familiar cadence of her voice, usually so soothing, now only amplifies my anxiety. "Hi, you've reached Zuri Collins. I'm unable to take your call right now." I end the call, running a hand through my hair, not caring that I'm messing up the careful styling. This isn't like her. Zuri never misses a call, never goes dark without warning. She's meticulous, responsible. Hell, she's the most dependable person I know. The fact that she's not answering sets off every alarm bell in my head. My eyes dart to the clock. 11:12 a.m. She's probably still at home. I can catch her if I'm fast enough. My keys are already in my hand before I finish the thought. No way am I sitting here wondering what's wrong when I can find out for myself. "Mr. Reynolds?" My CFO stands in the doorway, clutching a stack of papers like they're his security blanket. The papers are creasing from the way he's gripping them so hard. "The board is waiting for the quarterly." Cancel it. I snatch my jacket from the back of my chair, not giving a damn about the way it wrinkles in my grip. Cancel everything. "But sir, these projections." He takes a hesitant step forward, waving the papers at me like they mean something right now. I said cancel it. The edge in my voice makes him step back. His Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard. I grab my keys, my mind racing through possibilities. Traffic accident. Car trouble. Kidnapped. Each scenario is worse than the last. Push all meetings to tomorrow. I don't care what you have to do to make it happen. With that, I leave him astonished under the doorway of my office as I push through and find the nearest elevator to take me down. The elevator takes forever to reach the garage floor, each second dragging like an hour. I jam the button repeatedly, knowing it won't make a difference but unable to stop myself. I check my phone again. No missed calls, no texts. Just that same empty screen staring back at me. The pit in my stomach grows deeper, threatening to swallow me whole. The parking garage feels endless as I sprint to my car, my footsteps echoing off concrete walls. Something's wrong. I feel it in my bones, in the cold sweat breaking across my skin. I slide behind the wheel of my Aston Martin, engine roaring to life. One more try. I hit redial, holding my breath. Straight to voicemail. "God damn it, Zuri, where are you?" My fingers grip the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. Whatever's happened, I'm going to find her. I have to find her. I'm about to slam on the gas when a knock on my window nearly makes me jump out of my skin. George Martinez stands there, his weathered face split in a wide grin. My hand hovers over the gear shift, every muscle tense with the need to go. "Carter! Just the man I wanted to see!" He motions for me to roll down the window, his enthusiasm completely at odds with the dread churning in my gut. I don't have time for this. But George is a board member, and even my panic can't override years of business instinct that's been drilled into my DNA. The window slides down with a soft mechanical whir. "Listen, George, I'm in a hurry." My fingers drum against the leather steering wheel, every second feeling like an eternity. "Had to congratulate you properly. That gala yesterday." He lets out a low whistle, oblivious to my growing agitation. Zuri looked absolutely radiant. "You're one lucky son of a gun, you know that? Smart as a whip. Runs this place better than any of us. Hell, I don't know what we'd do without her keeping everything straight around here." My chest tightens at her name. The image of her, in that midnight blue dress, flashes through my mind. Yesterday feels like a lifetime ago. "Thank you, but I really need to cherish every moment, Carter." George's expression shifts, the jovial smile fading into something softer, sadder. "After Maria. Well, you never know how precious time is until it's gone. Even the small things. The way she'd organize my schedule, leave little notes in my briefcase. 5 years later, and I still catch myself turning to tell her something. The words are stirring up emotions I've been fighting to keep buried. My fingers dig deeper into the leather steering wheel until my knuckles ache. the familiar scent of the car's interior doing nothing to calm my racing thoughts. I see how Zuri looks at you, the way she anticipates what you need before you even know it yourself. That's rare, son. The kind of connection most people spend their whole lives searching for. George's words echo through the car, cutting straight through my defenses. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry as sandpaper. Every second I sit here is another second something could be happening to her. The possibilities tear through my mind like shrapnel, each worse than the last. I have to go, George. She's not answering her phone. My voice comes out rough, strained with an urgency I can't hide anymore. His face clouds with understanding, years of loss and wisdom etched in the lines around his eyes. Go, find your wife. The word wife rings in my ears, both a reminder of what I stand to lose and everything I need to protect. George's footsteps fade into the garage's emptiness, leaving me alone with the truth I've been running from. My hands grip the steering wheel, but I don't move. Can't move. His words about Maria echo in my head, mixing with images of Zuri's smile, her laugh, the way she knows exactly what I need before I ask. The realization hits me like a physical blow. I can't lose her. Not Zuri. Not the woman who's become as essential to my life as breathing. Damn. The word comes out raw, scratched. Yesterday at the gala, watching her work the room in that blue dress, seeing how naturally she fit into my world, into my life. The way Mia's face lights up when Zuri walks into a room. How empty my office feels when she's not there, organizing my chaos into order. I've been such a goddamn fool. All this time I've had everything I wanted right in front of me. While I've been hiding behind contracts and meetings, afraid to admit what's been growing between us, she's been slipping through my fingers. My chest tightens with a fierce protectiveness I've only ever felt for Mia before. The thought of Zuri being hurt, alone somewhere. A growl builds in my throat. No, not happening. I won't let her disappear from my life without fighting for her, without telling her exactly what she means to me. The engine purrs as I rev it, my purpose crystal clear. I'm going to find her, and when I do, I'm done playing it safe. Done pretending she's just my assistant, just Mia's caretaker. Done pretending as if this fake marriage hasn't evolved into real, tangible emotions. Done acting like she hasn't completely upended my carefully ordered world and made it infinitely better. Hold on, Zuri. I shift into drive, my resolve hardening into steel. I'm coming for you. The garage exit ramp stretches before me like a tunnel to freedom. I slam the accelerator, tires squealing against concrete as the Aston Martin leaps forward. The engine's growl echoes my own determination, drowning out the voice of reason telling me to slow down. My mind races through the quickest route back to my house. Morning traffic clogs the streets, but I weave between lanes like I'm possessed. A horn blares as I cut off a delivery truck. I don't care. Let them honk. Nothing matters except getting to her. The steering wheel becomes my anchor to reality, my grip so tight the leather creaks beneath my fingers. Each red light feels like torture, precious seconds ticking away while I wait. My leg bounces against the gas pedal, ready to launch forward the instant the light changes. Come on, come on. The traffic light holds steady, mocking my urgency. A cold sweat breaks across my forehead as scenarios flash through my mind, each worse than the last. The light changes. I gun it, the engine's roar matching the thunder of my pulse. Adrenaline courses through my veins, sharp and electric, fueling a singular focus. Find her, protect her, keep her home. Keep her by my side. Zuri has become the center of my world, and I'll tear this city apart brick by brick if that's what it takes to get her back. The familiar streets blur past as I push the car harder, faster. My muscles coil tight with tension, every fiber of my being primed for action. The steering wheel anchors me, keeps me from spinning out into the chaos of my fears. Whatever's happened, wherever she is, I'm coming for her. And God help anyone who stands in my way.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20. Zuri. The empty road stretches ahead, a black ribbon cutting through dense forest. My fingers drum against the steering wheel in time with my scattered thoughts. Mom would have known exactly what to say right now, how to make sense of everything that's happened. Instead, her absence sits heavy on me, a familiar ache that never quite goes away. I shake my head, trying to dispel the memories. Get it together, Zuri. The words echo in my car's interior, but they don't help. I should have handled things differently, should have been more prepared for something like this. A strange sound interrupts my self-critique. My car jerks, the engine making an awful whining noise. No. I press the gas pedal harder, but the car continues to slow. The engine sputters once, twice, then dies completely. Momentum carries me to the shoulder before the car rolls to a stop. I twist the key in the ignition. Nothing, not even a click. You've got to be kidding me. I slam my palm against the steering wheel, then immediately regret it. Sorry, baby, I didn't mean that. The dashboard clock reads 3:43 p.m. I grab my phone from the cup holder. No signal. Perfect. A gust of wind rocks the car, and goosebumps ripple across my arms. The forest suddenly seems to loom closer, darker. I've seen enough horror movies to know being stuck on a deserted road is never the beginning of a good story. I pop the hood and step out. The cooling engine ticks in the silence. Despite my limited automotive knowledge, I peer at the maze of parts, hoping for something obvious. A loose wire, a smoking component, anything that screams fix me. But everything looks exactly as incomprehensible as it always has. Another gust of wind whips my hair across my face. I tuck it behind my ear and wrap my arms around myself, my thin blouse offering little protection against the growing chill. This is what I get for taking the scenic route. I slide back into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition again. Turn. Nothing. Turn. Still nothing. My hands shake as I try a third time, fourth, fifth. The silence mocks me. Come on, please. My voice cracks. The reality of my situation crashes down. No signal. Dead car. Middle of nowhere. I press my forehead against the steering wheel, squeezing my eyes shut. The leathers cool against my skin, grounding me for a moment before panic claws its way up my throat. Opening the glove compartment, I rifle through registration papers and old receipts. There has to be something useful in here. A map? A flare? But all I find is a crumpled fast food napkin and an ancient pack of gum. This isn't happening! But it is happening, and sitting here won't change anything. I grab my purse, check my phone one last time, still no signal, and step out of the car. The wind has picked up, carrying the scent of pine and approaching rain. My heels click against the asphalt as I start walking. Each step feels like admitting defeat, and the tears I've been holding back finally spill over. They roll down my cheeks, hot against my wind-chilled skin. Carter's face flashes in my mind. What would he think if he could see me now? His always composed fake wife, stumbling down a forest road in designer heels, mascara probably running down my face. God, I'm pathetic. I swipe at my cheeks, but new tears replace the old ones. A sob escapes my throat, echoing in the empty forest. My feet ache, my eyes burn, and I've never felt more alone. One step in front of the other. Maybe I'll find a gas station nearby, or I'll start getting some signal from my phone. But my feet start aching, and it's getting harder to move along, especially with the dejection weighing me down. I sigh, continuously wiping away my tears as I wrap my arms tight around me, trying to hold myself together. Why is this my life now? How did things get to this point? I'm supposed to be the put-together one, the woman with all the answers, not some crying mess on a deserted road. Suddenly, a car engine purrs in the distance, the sound breaking through my spiral of self-pity. I squint, watching the approaching vehicle with equal parts hope and trepidation. The silver sedan slows as it nears, pulling onto the shoulder ahead of me. My heart pounds. This could either be my salvation or my worst nightmare. The passenger window rolls down, revealing an elderly woman with silver hair and laugh lines around her eyes. Her cardigan is a soft shade of blue that reminds me of my grandmother's favorite sweater. "You look like you could use some help, dear." Her warm smile melts something inside me, and fresh tears threaten to fall. I try to compose myself, but my mascara-stained face probably gives me away. My car broke down about half a mile back. My voice wavers, betraying just how close I am to completely falling apart. "I don't suppose you have cell service out here?" "No one does on this stretch." She shakes her head. "But I'm headed into town. Would you like a ride?" Every safety warning I've ever heard screams through my mind. Don't get in cars with strangers. Don't trust anyone. But there's something in her gentle expression that reminds me of my mother, that same kindness that seems to radiate from within. The wind picks up again, whipping my hair across my face as thunder rumbles ominously in the distance. My common sense is screaming at me, but my desperation wins out. "Thank you. Yes, please." I slide into the passenger seat, the smooth leather cool against my skin. The interior of her car is immaculate, and it smells like cinnamon and something floral, maybe lavender. It's oddly comforting, like walking into someone's well-loved home. "I'm Margaret," she says, checking her mirrors before pulling back onto the road with careful precision. But everyone calls me Maggie. "Zuri." I buckle my seatbelt, listening to the satisfying click as it latches. Already I can feel the tension starting to drain from my shoulders, replaced by bone-deep exhaustion. I really appreciate this. It's been quite a day. That might be the understatement of the century. "Want to talk about it?" Her voice carries no pressure, just genuine concern. And suddenly, like a dam breaking, words pour out of me. I'm in this impossible situation. I agreed to be someone's fake wife, which sounds crazy when I say it out loud. And now everything's complicated. He has this daughter who's absolutely wonderful, and he's not what I expected. And I don't know if I'm helping or making everything worse, and I press my hands to my face. I'm sorry. I'm dumping all this on a complete stranger. Sometimes a stranger is exactly who we need to talk to. Maggie pats my knee. No judgment, no history. Just a friendly ear. I twist my hands in my lap, staring at the raindrops starting to hit the windshield. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The arrangement was simple. I was supposed to marry him so that he could secure a business deal for his company. It was a big deal to him, so I was willing to help. But now, my voice catches. Now there's real feelings involved? Maggie's gentle tone draws more truth from me than I intended to share. He does these things. Brings me coffee exactly how I like it. Remembers tiny details about my day. Last week, he left a sticky note on my computer screen with just a silly doodle because he knew I had a rough meeting coming up. The memory makes my chest tight. And Mia, his daughter, she's this bright, amazing little girl. She made me a friendship bracelet, and I haven't taken it off since. Sounds like you found yourself a real family. That's the problem. I don't think he wants us to become a real family. Tears blur my vision again. None of it's real. We signed a contract. There are terms and conditions to our relationship. I'm not supposed to. I trail off, unable to say the words out loud. Fall in love? My breath catches. I can't. He's not. The words tangle in my throat. Carter needs a business arrangement, not complications. Not me wanting morning kisses to mean something or family dinners to be more than just keeping up appearances. Maggie's quiet for a moment, then asks, "Have you considered that maybe he's struggling with the same thing?" Carter? No, I shake my head. He's always so controlled, so certain about everything. In my experience, Maggie says, her voice warm with wisdom, the ones who seem most in control are often fighting the hardest battles within themselves. Sometimes we build walls not to keep others out, but to see who cares enough to break them down. The truth of her words hits me like a physical force. All those moments when Carter's mask slipped, when his touch lingered longer than necessary, when his eyes followed me across rooms, I dismissed them, convinced myself I was seeing what I wanted to see. Love isn't a business transaction, dear. Maggie continues. You can't schedule it or contain it in a contract. Sometimes the best things in life are the ones we never planned for.
Chapter 21. Carter. I pace across our living room's floors, my footsteps echoing in the tense silence. The board game pieces lie scattered between Mia and me on the coffee table, but my mind keeps drifting to Zuri's face, the hurt in her eyes when I pushed her away. God, I'm such an idiot. I should have handled that differently. Should have explained instead of shutting down. Daddy, it's your turn. Mia's small voice breaks through my thoughts, her fingers drumming impatiently on the edge of the board. Right, Princess. I force myself to sit down, rolling the dice without even checking which piece I'm moving. The little green gingerbread man topples over, and I don't bother to write it. That's not how you play Candyland. Mia's bottom lip quivers, her big brown eyes filling with disappointment. You didn't even pick a card. We're supposed to pick cards to see where we go. Sorry, sweetheart. I reach for the deck, but my hand freezes midair as my phone buzzes. My heart leaps into my throat, but when I check the screen, it's just a work email. No message from Zuri. The silence from her end is deafening, and I've never hated myself more for being such a stubborn jerk. Mia pushes her game piece across the board, her usual bounce missing from her movements. Her small fingers linger on the plastic piece like she's lost in thought. Are you mad at Zuri? The question stuns me, stealing my breath. No, baby, why would you think that? Because you keep looking at your phone and walking around. She draws her knees up to her chest, making herself smaller, her sock-covered toes curling over the edge of the couch cushion. And Zuri isn't home with us today. You said that she lives here with us now, so she should be here. I drag my hand down my face, feeling the rough stubble against my palm. Even my 6-year-old can read the situation better than I can handle it. Christ, I'm screwing this up. It's complicated, Mia. Did she do something wrong? Her voice gets smaller with each word, and it kills me to hear that worry in her tone. No. The word comes out sharper than intended, and I soften my voice, reaching across to squeeze her tiny hand. No. She didn't do anything wrong. I did. Daddy made a mistake. Mia abandons her side of the board game, crawling into my lap. Her small fingers play with my tie, a nervous habit she's had since she could grab things. Then say sorry. That's what you tell me to do. If only adult relationships were as simple as playground disputes. I wrap my arms around her, breathing in the sweet scent of her strawberry shampoo. Sometimes, saying sorry isn't enough, Princess. Why not? Her brown eyes search my face, filled with an innocence that makes my chest ache. I open my mouth to respond, but no words come. How do I explain to my daughter that I'm terrified of letting someone else into our carefully constructed world? That pushing Zuri away might be the biggest mistake I've ever made, but I'm too damn scared to admit it. I watch Mia slide off my lap and drag her feet toward her coloring books, abandoning our game entirely. My chest tightens. I've managed to ruin her evening, too. Want to order pizza? The words sound hollow even to my own ears. Mia shakes her head, not looking up from her half-hearted scribbling. Not hungry. Hell, I've seen her turn down cake before, but never pizza. Everything crashes down on me at once. How my stubborn pride has affected not just Zuri and me, but my little girl too. She's always been my compass, showing me when I've gone too far off course. Right now, that compass is pointing directly at my spectacular failure as both a father and a man. The grandfather clock in the hallway ticks away, each sound hammering home how badly I've screwed up. Mia's shoulders are hunched, her usual chatter replaced by silence. Even her favorite unicorn coloring book lies untouched, the sparkly cover that usually brings her so much joy now, just another reminder of how I've dimmed her light. The doorbell rings, cutting through the suffocating quiet. The sound jolts through me like an electric current. My heart stops. Through the frosted glass, I catch the silhouette I'd recognize anywhere. Zuri. She's here. Those curves, that confident stance. I'd know her anywhere, even through distorted glass. I bolt from the couch, nearly tripping over Mia's scattered crayons. My hands shake as I reach for the door handle, my fingers betraying every ounce of the nervousness I'm trying to hide. What the hell am I supposed to say to her after everything? Zuri stands on my doorstep, her hair windblown and her eyes tired. But there's determination written across her face, a strength that makes my knees weak. Zuri. Her name comes out as a breath of relief. Before I can say more, a blur of motion and curls races past me. Zuri! Mia launches herself at her, wrapping small arms around Zuri's waist. The sight of them together. It's like watching the sun break through storm clouds. I step forward, drawn to her like a magnet needing to fix what I broke. Mia, sweetheart. Zuri's voice is gentle as she untangles herself from my daughter's embrace. Could you wait for me in the living room? I need to talk to your dad for a minute. But you just got here, Mia protests, her big brown eyes pleading. I promise we won't be long. Zuri smooths Mia's curls, and my heart clenches at the tenderness of the gesture. Maybe you could set up that new coloring book we got last week? The one with the mermaids? Mia's face brightens instantly. Okay, she chirps, scampering off to the living room. I watch my daughter skip away, her earlier sadness forgotten in Zuri's presence. When I turn back, Zuri's grabbed my wrist, pulling me toward the kitchen. Her touch sends electricity through my skin. I can't do this anymore. Her words come out in a rush as she releases my arm. She's close enough that I catch the scent of her jasmine perfume, the same one that lingers on my clothes after long days at the office. Zuri. No, let me finish. She takes a shaky breath, her hands clasped together tight. I've tried to keep things professional. I've tried to pretend that working beside you every day, being here with Mia, being part of your lives. I've tried to pretend it's enough, but it's not. My throat tightens. I want to reach for her, but my arms feel like lead. I love you. The words hang in the air between us. I love you, and I love Mia, and I'm tired of acting like my heart doesn't stop every time you walk into a room. I'm tired of pretending I don't want more. Her voice cracks. I want the real thing, Carter. Not just stolen moments and professional smiles. I want all of it. The messy parts, the hard parts, everything. Her confession hits me like a tidal wave, and I stand there drowning in the depth of her words, in the raw honesty of her eyes. My breath catches as memories flood through me, Zuri's laugh echoing through my office during late nights, her fingers brushing mine as she hands me coffee, the way she reads stories to Mia with different voices for each character, the sound of their combined giggles floating up from the garden while I watch from my study window, the warmth that courses through my body when I catch her singing while organizing files, thinking no one can hear. Every moment crashes over me. Her steady presence during board meetings, how she anticipates my needs before I voice them, the way she handles difficult clients with grace. But it's more than her professional competence. It's the small things, how she remembers Mia's favorite snacks, the gentle way she handles my daughter's occasional tantrums, her ability to calm my storms with just a look. I've been such an idiot. The words scrape out of my throat, raw with emotion I can no longer contain. Years of holding back, of denying what's been right in front of me, crash down in this moment. Zuri's eyes widen, glistening with unshed tears. Carter. Her voice breaks on my name, and it shatters the last of my restraint. I can't stand the distance between us anymore. My hands find her waist, pulling her against me. Her body fits perfectly against mine, like she was meant to be here all along, like every moment has been leading to this. One hand slides up to cup her face, my thumb brushing away a tear that's escaped. The softness of her skin under my touch sends electricity through my veins. I love you too. The truth of it hits me full force, stealing my breath. God, I love you so much it terrifies me. The admission tears through every wall I've built, leaving me exposed but somehow stronger than I've ever been. The way she trembles against me tells me she feels it too. This overwhelming connection that's been growing between us all along. I capture her lips with mine, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. Her hands clutch my shirt, pulling me closer as she responds with equal fervor. The taste of her, the soft sound she makes, it's everything I've been denying myself, everything I've been afraid to want. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. I rest my forehead against hers, unwilling to let go. Her fingers are still twisted in my shirt, anchoring me to this moment, to her. This kiss feels different from our heated encounter in my office last week. That was desperation, fear, desire. This is what I've wanted all along. This is coming home.
Chapter 22. Zuri. I close Mia's door softly, her gentle snores already filling the room. My heart flutters with anticipation. I turn, and there he is. Carter. He's leaning against the wall, his intense gaze locked onto me. The dim hallway light casts shadows across his chiseled features, emphasizing the hunger in his eyes. He pushes off the wall, closing the distance between us in 2 swift strides. Before I can utter a word, his hands are on me, firm and possessive. He pins me against the wall, his body pressing against mine. His breath is hot on my skin, sending shivers down my spine. Carter, I whisper, my voice barely audible. His name escapes my lips like a secret, a promise. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 23. Carter. I stride into the office, my steps lighter than usual despite the early hour. Last night replays in my mind. Zuri's touch, her taste, the way she said my name. The memory sends a rush of heat through my body, and I have to focus to maintain my composure. Morning, Mr. Reynolds. My marketing director passes by with a stack of papers. The Peterson numbers just came in. We knocked it out of the park. Excellent work. I nod, but my eyes scan the open office space, seeking her. Zuri's desk sits empty, and I haven't had the heart to hire a new assistant to take up her role. As my wife, I made it clear that she doesn't need to work around the office during this time, but I still miss seeing her every time I make my way into my office. A group of executives huddles near the conference room, their excitement palpable. The Peterson deal has been our white whale for months, and now it's ours. I should be riding that high, basking in the success, but all I can think about is her. How she fits perfectly in my arms, how her skin felt against mine. Congratulations, sir. Johnson from legal extends his hand. This is a game changer for the company. I shake it firmly, maintaining the facade of the focused CEO. But beneath this suit, beneath the practiced smile and firm handshake, my thoughts are a storm. Last night changed everything. The walls I'd built, the careful distance I'd maintained, all of it crumbled the moment I kissed her. I can still taste her on my lips. The conference room buzzes with excitement, but their voices fade into white noise. Marcus presents a slideshow of projections, numbers that would have had me leaning forward in my chair last week. Now they're just figures on a screen. I drum my fingers against the polished mahogany table, fighting to stay present when all I want to do is walk out of here and find her. This positions us perfectly for expansion into the Asian markets, Marcus says, his hands animated. Carter, your vision for this deal was extraordinary. The way you handled Peterson's concerns about the merger, brilliant. I've never seen that man this happy. I nod, muscle memory taking over. The team pulled together. That's what matters. My voice carries the authority they expect, but inside I'm counting the minutes until this meeting ends. Being the untouchable CEO used to be second nature. Now I'm just a man who can't stop thinking about the woman who's turned my world upside down. More praise flows around the table. Words like genius and masterful bounce off me like rain on glass. 5 years ago, I would have savored this moment, let it fuel my drive. But now all I can think about is how Zuri's eyes light up when she talks about her dreams, how her laugh fills a room. And the profit margins are projected to increase by... The presentation continues, but my mind wanders to this morning. The way she looked in my kitchen, wearing my shirt, hair tousled from sleep. The domesticity of it all hit different. Made me want things I never thought I would. Like making her coffee every morning, watching her pad around my place barefoot, hearing her hum while she gets ready for the day. Mr. Reynolds! I snap back to attention, forcing myself to focus on the endless stream of charts and projections. Continue. My voice comes out harder than intended, but no one flinches. They're used to my direct style. My phone buzzes. A message from Zuri. Just seeing her name on the screen sets my pulse racing. I've got it bad. Never thought I'd be the type to zone out during a billion-dollar meeting because of a woman. But here I am, acting like some lovesick teenager. And the worst part? I don't even care. The board is particularly impressed with your handling of the negotiations, Harrison drones on. Another buzz. I resist the desire to check it. Used to be nothing could pull my attention from a meeting like this. Now I'm counting the minutes until I can hear her voice again. The deal that consumed months of my life. The one that's going to reshape the industry landscape. It feels hollow. Empty. Like chasing shadows while the real prize was right in front of me all along. I check my watch. 2 more hours of this. 2 hours of pretending these victories mean anything without her here to share them. Back in my office, I sink into my chair and loosen my tie. The silence hits different now. Empty spaces where Zuri's voice should be. My eyes land on the family photo of Mia on my desk, her gap-toothed smile infectious even through glass and frame. The playdates. That was always Zuri's department. She knew exactly how to coordinate with other parents, making sure Mia had the social life a kid her age needs. She had this way of handling all the little details I never even thought about. Snacks, backup activities if it rained, coordinating with other parents when someone ran late. I pull out my phone, scrolling to Jonas's contact. My thumb hovers over the keyboard for a moment. This shouldn't be so damn hard. I'm a CEO who closes million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat. But here I am hesitating over a simple playdate arrangement. Hey man, thinking about getting the kids together this weekend. Parks sound good? Simple. Direct. The response comes quick, making my phone buzz against my palm. Hell yeah. Kinsley's been asking about Mia. Saturday morning work? A smile tugs at my lips despite everything weighing on my mind. At least this is going smoother than expected. Perfect. The one on Oak Street? You got it. Kinsley's gonna flip. Kid's been bouncing off the walls all week. I set the phone down, picturing Mia's face when I tell her. The way her eyes will light up. How she'll bounce on her toes like she always does when she's excited. That pure joy that only kids can radiate. The office feels different now. Less like a fortress and more like a temporary stop on the way to something better. Something real. In my mind, I see our home. Not just the huge mansion, but what it could be. Mia's laughter echoing through the halls, Zuri's warmth filling every corner, and maybe, just maybe, we could even add some more happy faces to the equation one day. The thought catches in my chest. This isn't just about maintaining appearances anymore. It's about building something lasting, something true. The kind of home I always wanted for Mia, but never knew how to create until Zuri showed me the way. I pick up my phone again, adding a reminder for Saturday morning. Such a small thing, arranging a play date. But it feels like a step toward the life I want. The life we deserve. I stand from my desk, drawn to the wall of windows overlooking the city. The sun bathes everything in golden light, catching on the glass and steel of neighboring buildings. Down below, people move like ants, rushing through their lives, chasing their own dreams. My phone sits heavy in my pocket. Zuri's message is still unanswered. Not too long ago, I was content in letting work consume me, using it as a shield against anything real, anything that mattered. The endless meetings, the constant drive for more. It was easier than facing what I really wanted. Screw that, I mutter, pressing my palm against the cool glass. The city stretches out before me, a testament to everything I've built. Skyscrapers reaching toward the clouds, deals sealed in corner offices just like this one. But what good is any of it without someone to share it with? Without her by my side? I want to have her on my arms as we celebrate these successes. I want to thank her in my speeches for keeping me grounded and sane while the frenzy of work whirls around us at 1,000,000 miles per hour. My reflection stares back at me, suit perfectly pressed. The picture of success. But Zuri sees past all that. She sees me, the man who struggles to braid his daughter's hair, who burns toast on Sunday mornings, who's terrified of letting anyone close enough to matter. I let out a long breath. The board members, the shareholders, they all want pieces of me. Want the CEO who never flinches, never hesitates. But Zuri, she wants the man underneath. The father who reads bedtime stories. The guy who leaves his socks on the floor and drinks milk straight from the carton when no one's looking. My fingers curl against the glass. I've spent years building walls, protecting myself from anything that could hurt. but she slipped right through them, showed me what I was missing. And now I'm done playing it safe. The sun catches on my wedding ring, sending a flash across the glass. This isn't just about business mergers or quarterly reports. This is about fighting for something real, something that matters more than any deal I've ever closed. I straighten my shoulders, jaw set. The doubt that's been gnawing at me fades, replaced by something stronger. Something certain. I'm going to prove to her that I'm more than boardrooms and business calls. That I can be the partner she deserves, the man she sees when she looks at me.
Chapter 24. Zuri. I spot them before they see me, spread out on checkered blankets under the sprawling oak tree. My heart skips at the sight of Carter in casual wear, a fitted black t-shirt and jeans that hug him in all the right places. He's helping Mia arrange her stuffed animals in a circle, while Jonas tends to a portable grill nearby. The weekend crowd fills the park with laughter and chatter, but my focus zeroes in on our little group as I approach with my oversized tote of snacks and drinks. The breeze carries the scent of fresh-cut grass and grilled hot dogs, making my stomach growl. Zuri! Mia spots me first, launching herself off the blanket and racing toward me. Her pigtails bounce with each step, and I catch her mid-jump, spinning her around. Her infectious giggles draw smiles from nearby parkgoers. There's my favorite girl. I plant a kiss on her forehead, breathing in the sweet scent of her strawberry shampoo. She wraps her little arms around my neck, squeezing tight enough to make me laugh. You made it. Carter's voice sends warmth spreading through my chest. He takes the heavy tote from my shoulder, his fingers brushing mine. Those simple touches never fail to send electricity shooting through my body, and I have to force myself to look away from his knowing smile. Wouldn't miss it. I settle onto the blanket next to Chantal, who's cradling Elena against her chest. The baby's tiny fingers curl around her mother's necklace, eyes wide and curious. A soft coo escapes her lips as she notices my arrival, and I can't help but reach over to stroke her chubby cheek. Want to hold her? Chantal asks, already shifting Elena toward me. I need to grab the fruit salad from the cooler. I've been eyeing it since we got here. My arms welcome the warm bundle, and Elena settles against me with a contented coo. The weight of her feels right, natural, like she belongs there. She blinks up at me with those big, innocent eyes. And something in my chest tightens. Her dark curls tickle my arm as she nestles closer. The smell of grilled peppers and zucchini mingles with the fresh air, making my stomach growl. Jonas must be working his magic at the grill again. But I can't take my eyes off Elena's perfect little face. The way her tiny hand wraps around my finger. She gives it a squeeze, and my heart melts a little more. You're a natural, Chantal says, returning with a bowl of colorful fruit. She usually fusses with new people. Took her almost half an hour to warm up to her new pediatrician last week. I stroke Elena's cheek, marveling at how soft her skin feels. Her eyelids start to flutter, heavy with approaching sleep. She's perfect, I whisper, more to myself than anyone else. The gentle weight of her in my arms stirs something deep inside me, a yearning I try not to examine too closely. Elena's tiny fingers wrap tighter around mine as I rock her gently. The rhythmic motion comes naturally, like muscle memory from a life I haven't lived yet. I picture myself in a nursery, painted in soft yellows and grays, singing lullabies to a dark-haired baby with Carter's eyes. The image is so vivid it takes my breath away. The sound of little feet racing down hallways, weekend pancake breakfasts, bedtime stories with Carter's deep voice bringing characters to life. My heart swells as Elena snuggles closer, her warmth seeping through my blouse. The park around us fades away, replaced by visions of family photos on walls, holiday mornings filled with excited squeals, and quiet moments just like this one. A gentle breeze rustles the oak leaves above us, and I glance up to find Carter watching me. His eyes lock with mine, soft and unguarded. The smile that spreads across his face isn't his usual controlled expression. It's real and tender, reaching all the way to those captivating eyes. My pulse quickens, and warmth spreads through my chest at this glimpse of the man behind the polished exterior. He's different here, away from the pristine walls of Reynolds Enterprises. The way he sprawls on the blanket, one arm propped behind his head, shows a comfort that's absent in board meetings. This Carter, the one who builds blanket forts with Mia and who has started sneaking extra cookies into her lunchbox, makes my dreams feel less like fantasy and more like possibility. Elena coos, drawing my attention back to her peaceful face. But the warmth of Carter's gaze lingers, like sunshine on my skin after stepping into shade. My fingers trace gentle circles on her tiny back as she settles against me. Chantal stretches out beside me on the blanket, adjusting her sundress. You know what Elena did this morning? Decided 4 a.m. was the perfect time for a dance party. And when Jonas tried to help, she just screamed louder. I swear she's got her daddy's stubbornness already. I laugh, watching Elena's eyes drift closed against my shoulder. Hard to imagine this little angel giving you trouble. Her baby soft curls tickle my chin, and the sweet powder scent of her makes my heart squeeze with tenderness. Oh, she's got quite the personality already. But then, Chantal's voice softens as she watches her daughter sleep. Then she'll smile at me first thing in the morning, or grab my finger while nursing, and nothing else matters. The sleepless nights, the constant worry, all of it just fades away. She reaches over to stroke Elena's cheek with her knuckle, her expression full of that fierce maternal love I've started to understand through my time with Mia. My chest tightens as I breathe in Elena's sweet baby scent. The steady rise and fall of her tiny chest against mine feels like a revelation. Her warmth seeps through my blouse, and I find myself swaying gently, instinctively, the way I've seen so many mothers do. It's different than I imagined, Chantal continues, absently playing with a blade of grass, her fingers twisted into tiny knots as she speaks. Being a mom, everyone talks about the hard parts, the diapers, the tantrums, but no one really prepares you for how it changes everything. How one little smile can make your whole day. How your heart just expands whenever you see them reach their milestones, like crawling and walking and laughing for the first time. I nod, unable to look away from Elena's peaceful face. My fingers trace the delicate curve of her cheek, and suddenly, my desk that awaits me back at Reynolds Enterprises feels less important. The meetings, the deadlines, the careful balance of my professional life, they all seem to fade against this moment. I think about all the times I've watched Mia sleep, that same sense of wonder washing over me. Sometimes I miss my old routine, Chantal admits, stretching her legs out on the picnic blanket. She lets out a small laugh. But then I look at her, and I know this is exactly where I'm supposed to be. Even when I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and haven't washed my hair in days. I catch myself imagining morning routines different from my current rush to the office. Calm breakfasts with a baby in my lap, finger painting sessions with Mia, afternoon naps with a newborn curled against my chest. The life I've built around my career starts to shift in my mind, making room for something more. Elena stirs in my arms, and I carefully pass her back to Chantal. The afternoon sun filters through the oak leaves, casting dancing shadows across our picnic setup. Jonas calls everyone over for hot dogs, but my attention drifts to the open field where Carter chases after Mia and Kinsley. "Can't catch me, Daddy?" Mia's voice carries across the grass as she darts between other picnicking families. Her purple dress flutters behind her like wings. Carter lunges playfully, deliberately missing as Kinsley races past. "Oh yeah, watch this." He changes direction, herding both kids toward the oak tree. Their squeals of delight echo through the park. I pull my knees to my chest, taking in the scene before me. Carter's perfect CEO facade has completely melted away. His hair is tousled from running, t-shirt clinging to his chest. When he catches Mia, lifting her high in the air, his laugh is deep and genuine. "Got you, princess." He spins her around while Kinsley tries to rescue her, tugging at Carter's leg. My chest tightens as I watch them play. This is the Carter that few people get to see. The father who reads bedtime stories, who keeps a drawer of art supplies in his home office for impromptu crafting sessions. The man who's slowly letting his walls down, showing me glimpses of the partnership I've always dreamed of. For so long, he struggled with letting this side of himself free. Carter was so consumed by work, by deadlines, by spreadsheets and meetings, that he was beginning to forget about the important things in life. Moments like these. The sunlight catches his profile as he sets Mia down, and warmth spreads through me. I picture lazy mornings with both of us in the kitchen, teaching our children to make scrambled eggs and bacon. Weekend trips to the zoo, holding hands while little ones point excitedly at animals. Building pillow forts in the living room, all of us piled together reading stories. Carter looks over, catching my eye. His smile, soft and genuine, makes my heart skip. In that moment, watching him with the kids, I can see it all so clearly. The family we could be, the life we could build together.
Chapter 25. Carter. I drum my fingers against the steering wheel, stealing glances in the rearview mirror at the two excited kids bouncing in their car seats. Mia's animated chatter fills the SUV as she lists every animal she wants to see while Kinsley nods along, adding his own enthusiastic suggestions. "And then we'll see the elephants and the tigers and the penguins," Kinsley cuts in, practically vibrating with excitement. "Don't forget the penguins." Zuri sits in the passenger seat beside me, her camera already in hand. The morning sun catches the gold flecks in her eyes as she turns to entertain the kids. Something tightens in my chest at the sight, and I grip the wheel a little harder, trying to focus on the road instead of how perfect she looks right now. "We'll see everything," I promise, pulling into the zoo parking lot and finding a spot near the entrance. "But remember our buddy system." "I know, Daddy. Hold hands and stay together." Mia's eye roll is pure sass. Christ, she's going to be a handful as a teenager. The moment we pass through the entrance gates, both kids bolt toward the first exhibit, their sneakers pounding against the pavement. Zuri's laugh rings out beside me as she watches them race ahead. "Mia Reynolds, slow down." But my daughter's already pressed against the glass of the meerkat enclosure, Kinsley right beside her, their small hands leaving smudgy prints all over the viewing window. Damn, these two are going to give me gray hair before I'm 40. Look how tiny they are. Kinsley points at a baby meerkat peeking out from behind its mother. Zuri raises her camera, capturing their wonder-struck expressions. Perfect shot. Her smile is contagious, and I find myself grinning back. We follow the winding path, the kids darting from exhibit to exhibit. Their energy seems endless as they race between the monkey house and the reptile center, faces glowing with excitement. "Carter, look." Zuri nudges my arm, nodding toward where Mia and Kinsley stand at the penguin exhibit. They're huddled together, sharing the viewing space without argument, taking turns pointing out their favorite birds. The sight stirs something protective inside me, watching my daughter so at ease, so happy. Zuri snaps another photo, her camera clicking softly. They're adorable together. They are. I watch as she lowers her camera, caught by the genuine joy in her expression. This feels different from our usual office dynamic, more real, more intimate. The way she fits so naturally into these moments with Mia, with all of us. It only reaffirms what I've always known. Zuri is the missing piece I've been searching for all along, the one person who I need to complete our family. I trail behind as Zuri and the kids stop at the giraffe enclosure. Her hand rests on Mia's shoulder while they count the spots on the tallest one, their heads tilted back in perfect sync. The sight hits me right in the gut. How natural they look together, as if Zuri has always been her mother. 1, 2, 3. Mia points upward, giggling as Zuri pretends to lose count. Oh no, I lost track. We'll have to start over. Zuri's playful tone draws another laugh from my daughter. Kinsley tugs on Zuri's sleeve. Can you lift me up? I want to see better. Without hesitation, she hoists him onto her hip, balancing him while still keeping a steadying hand on Mia. The way she handles both kids, Christ, it's like watching a dance she's known all her life. Daddy, come count with us! Mia waves me over and I close the distance between us. Standing beside Zuri, I catch a whiff of her jasmine perfume. She shifts Kinsley's weight, her arm brushing against mine. The contact sends electricity through my skin, and suddenly, I'm imagining mornings like this stretching into years. Zuri by my side, our family complete. This isn't just about convenience anymore. Not about maintaining appearances or finding someone to help with Mia. Watching Zuri navigate the chaos of two excited kids, her patience never wavering, her smile genuine. It confirms everything I've been feeling. Look how tall that one is. Zuri points to another giraffe, her eyes bright with wonder that matches the children's. She belongs here, with us. Not as my assistant playing a role, but as my wife, for real. The realization settles on my mind, solid and certain. I want the rings on our fingers to mean something. Want the soft touches and shared looks to be genuine. Want her to know that every time I call her wife, I mean it with everything I am. I hang back slightly, watching my little family explore the zoo while my mind races with possibilities. The velvet box in my office desk drawer weighs on my thoughts. The ring I bought weeks ago, waiting for the perfect moment. Zuri deserves more than a hasty proposal. She deserves the world, and I intend to give it to her. Look at the baby lion! Kinsley's excited shout draws me back to the present. The cubs tumble over each other, batting at their mother's tail. Mia presses against the viewing glass, her face scrunched in concentration, before letting out her best attempt at a roar. The sound comes out more like a squeaky meow. Zuri's laughter rings out, pure and bright. That was perfect, sweetheart! Do it again! Mia obliges, this time adding dramatic arm movements that send both kids into fits of giggles. Zuri catches my eye, her smile radiant, and something clicks into place. This is it. This is exactly what I want our life to be. Not the carefully constructed image we present at corporate events, but these real, unscripted moments filled with joy. The mama lion's teaching her babies to hunt, Kinsley observes, pointing at the cubs stalking through the grass. Just like how Zuri teaches us stuff, Mia adds, and my chest tightens at the innocent comparison. I step closer to Zuri, letting my hand brush against hers. She doesn't pull away, instead leaning slightly into my touch. The simple gesture speaks volumes. How far we've come from the rigid professional boundaries of our early days. The ring in my desk isn't just a prop anymore. It's a promise I want to make, not for show or convenience, but because the thought of building a life without Zuri by my side seems impossible now. She's woven herself into our world so completely, filling spaces I didn't even know were empty. Mia lets out another playful roar, and Zuri joins in this time, encouraging Kinsley to add his voice to their impromptu lion chorus. The sound of their combined laughter echoes through the exhibit, drawing smiles from other visitors. I'm starving. Mia tugs at Zuri's hand, bouncing on her toes with the boundless energy only a 6-year-old can muster. Can we get food now? Zuri checks her watch, her fingers brushing back a stray curl. You know what? That's a great idea. I think we could all use a break. Hot dogs! Kinsley jumps up and down, his sneakers lighting up with each enthusiastic bounce. And burgers and fries and cotton candy, Mia chimes in, not about to let her friend outdo her. And ice cream and popcorn and then we'll roll you both down the hill like little beach balls, I say, raising an eyebrow at their growing list. The mental image of two sugar-charged kids running wild through the zoo makes me shudder. How about we pick one thing at a time? Zuri covers her mouth, trying to hide her laugh, but I catch the way her eyes crinkle at the corners. Those little moments when she lets her guard down make something in my chest tighten. Your dad's right. Let's start with actual food before sugar. But cotton candy is food. Mia crosses her arms, her bottom lip jutting out in a perfect mirror of the stubborn expression I've been told I wear during tough negotiations. Yeah! Kinsley nods so vigorously I worry his head might pop off. It's made of clouds. Clouds are natural. Can't argue with that logic. Zuri winks at me, and damn if that doesn't do things to my composure. I have to force myself to focus on the kids instead of how her playful expression makes me want to pull her closer. All right, future lawyers. I guide them toward the food court, one hand on each of their shoulders to keep them from darting off. How about this? Lunch first, then we'll talk about cloud consumption. What's consumption? Both kids ask in unison, their faces scrunched up in identical expressions of confusion. It means eating, Zuri explains, falling into step beside me. The subtle scent of her perfume drifts my way, and I have to remind myself we're in public. And speaking of eating, I see a hot dog cart right there. Race you! Mia takes off like a shot, Kinsley hot on her heels, their sneakers slapping against the pavement as they sprint toward the cart. No running! I call after them, but they're already at the cart, bouncing on their toes as they point at the menu. I want everything. Kinsley spreads his arms wide. Your stomach isn't as big as your eyes, buddy. I ruffle his hair. Pick your favorite. But they're all my favorite, he whines. Zuri steps in. How about we get a couple different things and share? That way you can try more without getting too full. The kids' faces light up at this suggestion, and I shake my head in amazement. Trust Zuri to find the perfect solution that makes everyone happy. She's always 3 steps ahead, whether it's managing my corporate calendar or handling hungry 6-year-olds. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 26. Zuri. The morning sun streams through my bedroom window as I scroll through another email. Even on weekends, I can't seem to shake the habit of checking messages. A text notification pops up. It's Carter. Be ready in 30 minutes. Wear something comfortable. I raise an eyebrow at the cryptic message. What's the occasion? It's a surprise. Just trust me. My heart skips. After dropping Mia off at Chantal's for her playdate with Kinsley, Carter pulls up to the house, trading his usual suit for dark jeans and a fitted gray Henley that highlights every muscle. You're not planning to abandon me in the woods, are you? I climb into the passenger seat, adjusting my ponytail. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have texted first. He flashes that signature smirk that makes my stomach flutter. Besides, you love the outdoors. The drive takes us through winding roads, trees thickening on either side. Carter's hand rests on the gear shift, his fingers drumming to the low rhythm of whatever's playing on the radio. Taking me up to the mountain range? I recognize the familiar route as we approach the national park, watching the elevation markers tick higher with each curve in the road. How did you... Remember when you mentioned wanting to hike the Skyline Trail? I pay attention. His voice carries a hint of pride that makes me smile despite myself. The parking lot is relatively empty when we arrive. Just a few scattered cars belonging to other early morning hikers. Fresh mountain air fills my lungs as I step out, taking in the majestic peak towering above us. Pine trees sway gently in the breeze, their familiar scent mixing with the crisp morning air. Figured you could use a break from the city. Carter retrieves 2 backpacks from the trunk, slinging one over his shoulder with practiced ease. And I packed lunch. You packed lunch? I can't hide my surprise, trying to picture Carter Reynolds in an apron putting together sandwiches. Don't sound so shocked. I do know how to order from that organic place you like. He hands me the lighter of the 2 packs, his fingers brushing mine. Though I'll have you know, I did arrange the contents myself. The trail starts gentle enough, wildflowers dotting the path edges. Carter matches my pace, our shoulders occasionally brushing. It's different seeing him like this, relaxed, away from the pressures of the office and fatherhood. You didn't have to do this, I say, stepping over a fallen branch. I wanted to. His voice carries something deeper, something that makes me glance up at him. Sometimes the best moments happen when you least expect them. The mountain air suddenly feels thinner, and it has nothing to do with the elevation. The trail curves upward, challenging our legs with each step. Carter's breathing stays steady beside me, and I catch him watching when I pause to take in a particularly stunning view of the valley below. Worth getting up early for? He pulls a water bottle from his pack. Definitely beats spreadsheets and coffee runs. I accept the bottle, our fingers touching longer than necessary. Though I have to say, seeing you in hiking boots is throwing me off. Where are your Italian leather Oxfords? In their proper place, far away from dirt and rocks. He gestures to a scenic overlook. Want to take a break? We settle on a flat boulder, legs dangling over the edge. The valley stretches endlessly below, a patchwork of greens and browns dotted with morning mist. The physical effort of the climb has my blood pumping, muscles pleasantly warm. You know what this reminds me of? I take another sip of water. That time, Mia insisted on building a fort in the backyard, and you had to crawl through it wearing your $1,000 suit. The things we do for that girl. His laugh echoes across the mountainside, though I seem to remember someone encouraging her creative vision. She's got good ideas. That fort had excellent structural integrity. Until the sprinklers came on. The memory sends us both into fits of laughter. Up here, away from deadlines and responsibilities, everything feels lighter. The mountain air clears my head, and Carter's presence beside me, relaxed, open, sharing these moments, fills my chest with warmth. There's something about being up here. I stretch my arms wide, breathing in deeply. Makes everything else feel small. That's why I chose it. Carter's voice softens. Sometimes we need perspective. To step back and see what really matters. A cool breeze rustles through the pines, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers. I close my eyes, savoring the sensation of sun on my face and the solid presence of Carter beside me. For once, there's no need to analyze or overthink, just the simple joy of sharing this moment together. The last stretch of trail tests our endurance, rocks jutting out at precarious angles. Carter extends his hand to help me over a particularly steep section, his grip strong and sure. The contact sends sparks through my fingers, lingering even after I find my footing. Almost there. His voice carries on the wind. Just around this bend. We emerge onto the summit, and my breath catches. The world unfolds beneath us in a stunning panorama, mountain ranges rippling to the horizon like waves frozen in stone, valleys carved deep into the earth, and clouds casting ever-changing shadows across the landscape. The city looks like a distant dream, its towers mere specks in the vastness. Carter, words fail me. I spin in a slow circle, drinking in every detail, feeling lighter than air. A laugh bubbles up from somewhere deep inside, pure joy spilling out. We're literally on top of the world. He steps closer, and the atmosphere shifts. His eyes hold mine with an intensity that roots me to the spot, yet there's a softness there I've never seen before. He takes both my hands in his, thumbs brushing across my knuckles. Zuri. His voice drops low, intimate despite the open space around us. These past months with you and Mia, they've changed everything. The way you see the world, the way you care about people. It's opened something in me I thought I'd locked away for good. My heart pounds against my ribs, and it's not from the climb. The mountain breeze plays with strands of his hair, and sunlight catches the amber flecks in his eyes. You've shown me what it means to truly connect, to let someone in. His grip tightens slightly. I never expected this. Never thought I'd find someone who could handle both my world and my heart with such grace. My breath catches in my throat as Carter shifts his weight, his movements deliberate. Time seems to suspend as he releases my hands and drops to one knee, the sun casting a golden halo around his silhouette against the mountain backdrop. "Oh my God!" The words escape in a whisper. His hand dips into his pocket, producing a small velvet box. The lid opens to reveal a stunning ring, an oval diamond nestled in a delicate rose gold band, smaller diamonds cascading down the sides like falling stars. Zuri Collins. His voice carries the weight of promise, steady despite the emotion I see swimming in his eyes. You walked into my life as my assistant, became Mia's rock, and somewhere along the way, you became my everything. The way you love my daughter, the way you challenge me, support me. He pauses, taking a shaky breath. The way you make us whole. Tears blur my vision, streaming down my cheeks. My hands tremble as I cover my mouth, the reality of this moment hitting me in waves. This isn't about convenience or arrangements anymore. Carter's eyes lock with mine, raw and honest. This is about building a real life together. The three of us, as a family. Will you marry me? For real this time? The ring catches the sunlight, sending prismatic sparkles dancing across the mountain air. My heart pounds so hard I can barely breathe, years of longing and love crystallizing into this single perfect moment. Yes? The word bursts from my heart, tears streaming down my face. Yes, of course I'll marry you. Carter slides the ring onto my trembling finger, replacing the old wedding band, and before I can catch my breath, he rises and pulls me into his arms. His lips find mine with an urgency that makes my knees weak. The kiss deepens, his hands cradling my face as if I'm something precious, something irreplaceable. The mountain air swirls around us, but all I feel is the warmth of his body against mine, the solid strength of his arms holding me close. Joy explodes through my chest like fireworks, making me dizzy with happiness. This isn't just any proposal. This is real, pure. Everything I've dreamed of, but never dared hope for. The ring catches the sunlight, sending tiny rainbows dancing across Carter's face as we break apart. I love you, I whisper against his lips, my fingers curling into the soft fabric of his Henley. I love you so much. His forehead rests against mine, and I catch the shimmer of moisture in his eyes. I love you too, Zuri. You and Mia, you're my whole world. We stand wrapped in each other's arms at the summit, the vast landscape stretching endlessly below us. The breeze carries the scent of pine and possibility, and my heart feels like it might burst. Everything I've ever wanted, love, family, belonging, crystallizes in this perfect moment. Carter's thumb brushes away my happy tears, his touch impossibly gentle. When he kisses me again, it's slower, deeper, filled with promises of forever. My fingers thread through his hair as I melt into him, savoring the way his arms tighten around my waist, anchoring me as joy threatens to lift me straight off this mountaintop.
Chapter 27. Carter. I grip the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting comfortably on Zuri's thigh as we cruise back to the mansion. The road winds before us, but my focus is anything but straightforward. Her skin is warm, smooth beneath my touch, and I can feel the tension radiating from her. You know, I could get used to this, I say, my thumb tracing small circles on her thigh. Her breath hitches slightly, and I suppress a smirk. Damn, the effect I have on her is intoxicating. Every little reaction sends a surge of satisfaction through me. Zuri shifts in her seat, turning to face me more directly. The movement causes her dress to ride up just a fraction higher. "Used to what, exactly?" she asks, her voice steady. I glance at her, holding her gaze for a moment before returning my eyes to the road. "This view," I say, my voice low. "You, here with me." She laughs, a sound that's meant to be casual, but comes out a bit too breathy. Her fingers brush against my hand on her thigh, sending electricity through my skin. "The view's not bad from where I'm sitting either," she replies, and the hint of desire in her tone makes my grip on the steering wheel tighten. We pull up to the mansion, the grandeur of it never failing to impress even me. I kill the engine and turn to Zuri, the tension between us palpable. "You know what we need?" I ask. Zuri raises an eyebrow, a playful smirk on her lips. "What's that?" "A shower." I hold her gaze, the implication clear. She laughs, a sound that's both sweet and sexy. "A shower, huh? And who's gonna scrub my back?" I lean in, my voice a husky whisper. "Me, of course." Her eyes sparkle with amusement and desire. Well, how can I say no to that? I lead her inside, our steps quick and eager. The mansion is quiet. The only sound the distant ticking of a grandfather clock. I take her hand, feeling the pulse at her wrist, the warmth of her skin. We ascend the grand staircase, the marble cool beneath our feet. The master bathroom is quickly filled with steam, the warm water cascading down like rain. Zuri undresses behind me while I start peeling off my clothes, too. Then I turn to Zuri, her hair already damp from the mist, curls clinging to her skin. I reach out, tucking a strand behind her ear. Her breath hitches, her eyes never leaving mine as I guide her under the water stream. She gives me a shy smile, and I can tell that she's holding back. I encourage her forward, beckoning her close with a hand. I can feel the heat radiating off her, the desire pulsing between us. I reach up, cupping her face in my hands. Her skin is soft, her eyes wide and expectant. "You're so beautiful," I murmur, my thumb tracing her bottom lip.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 28. Zuri. The bell above the cafe door chimes as I step inside, immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and buttery pastries. Through the morning crowd, I spot Chantal at our favorite corner table, her radiant smile beckoning me over. There's my bride-to-be. She waves, her golden bangles catching the sunlight streaming through the window. The soft jingle of her jewelry mingles with the cafe's ambient music. I weave between tables, clutching my wedding planning binder to my chest like it's my most precious possession, which right now it kind of is. Sorry I'm late. Carter had an early meeting and, girl, please, you're right on time. She adjusts the soft fabric wrapped around her chest, a gorgeous emerald-colored wrap that makes her skin glow. And yes, she's attached to me. A playful wink follows as baby Elena coos contentedly against her, tiny fingers curled into the fabric. Someone refused to let Mama leave without her. Separation anxiety is real. As if I'd mind having this little angel join our planning session. I slide into the plush chair across from her, setting my binder on the wooden table. The thick folder makes a satisfying thud as it lands. She's getting so big. Those cheeks are absolutely edible. Growing like a weed. But enough about my baby girl. We're here to plan your big day. Chantal leans forward, careful not to disturb Elena. I already ordered your usual vanilla latte and those almond croissants you love. You're a lifesaver. I flip open the binder, revealing color swatches and venue photos I've collected. I still can't believe this is real. A few months ago, we were planning a fake wedding, and now you're planning the real deal with a man who looks at you like you hung the moon. Chantal reaches across the table, squeezing my hand. I always knew that contract marriage scheme would blow up in your faces. In the best possible way. The waitress arrives with our order, placing the steaming cups and flaky pastries before us. Carter wants to be involved in the planning this time, actually involved, not just nodding along while checking his phone. Chantal pats on Elena's back with practiced ease, not missing a beat as she flips through my venue options. Her movements are so fluid, so natural. Like she was born for this role of mother and confidant, all wrapped into one. This garden venue? Stunning. But knowing Carter, he'll want something more. She pauses, bouncing Elena gently as the baby fusses. Grandiose? I offer, taking a sip of my latte. Exactly, though I have to say, you've managed to tame some of his more extravagant tendencies. She reaches for her cup with her free hand, somehow making it look graceful, despite having a baby strapped to her chest. I watch as Elena's tiny hand reaches for one of Chantal's braids, and my friend simply redirects those curious fingers to a teething ring without breaking conversation. The sight fills my chest with a warmth I can't quite explain. Here she is, managing a baby, helping plan my wedding, and still looking like she stepped off a magazine cover. You make it all look so easy, I say, gesturing to her multitasking prowess. The baby, the advice, everything. Trust me, it's not. You should have seen me last night at 3 a.m., crying right along with this little one. She plants a soft kiss on Elena's head. But that's the beauty of it. The mess is worth every second. Just like your journey with Carter. Sometimes the best things in life come from embracing the chaos. My heart swells watching them together. The way Chantal's eyes light up when Elena coos. How she instinctively knows what her daughter needs before the baby even realizes it herself. It's everything I dream of having someday. This beautiful dance of motherhood that Chantal performs with such grace. Now, she says, pulling out a color swatch while simultaneously offering Elena a bottle. let's talk about these burgundy and gold combinations you've picked out. I have some ideas that would look amazing with Carter's coloring. These flowers would look perfect with... I pause, emotion suddenly catching in my throat as I watch Chantal expertly juggle wedding planning and motherhood. You know that? I don't know what I'd do without you through all this. She looks up from the flower arrangements, her eyes softening. Hey now, don't you start crying on me or I'll join in, and then Elena will too. It'll be a whole mess. It's just, everything's happening so fast. The engagement, the wedding, becoming a stepmom to Mia. Sometimes I wake up thinking it's still that fake arrangement. Trust me, I get it. Chantal adjusts Elena's position, her movements gentle yet assured. When Jonas and I first got together, things weren't easy at all, especially when we had to deal with Kinsley's biological mom. My God, that's a whole story for another day. But look at you now. That's exactly my point. She reaches across the table, her fingers wrapping around mine. Love isn't about having it all figured out. Jonas and I broke every rule in the handbook too, but we built something real, something that works for us. Elena makes a soft cooing sound, and Chantal's face lights up with that maternal glow I've come to know so well. The truth is, she continues, sometimes the best love stories are the ones that don't follow the script. Look at you and Carter. Started with a contract and ended up with forever. That's the kind of story people write books about. So I'm thinking of incorporating these little golden frames as place card holders. I flip to a carefully bookmarked page in the latest bridal magazine I've brought along with me. Each one could hold a photo of the guest with either Carter or me, like a timeline of all the people who've been part of our journey. That's actually genius. Chantal leans closer, careful not to disturb Elena, who's drifting off against her chest. Personal but elegant. Very you two. And look at this cake design. I point to a 4-tier masterpiece with geometric patterns. The gold detailing reminds me of Carter's office building. You know, those Art Deco elements he loves so much. Speaking of venues, Chantal slides her phone across the table, showing me a Pinterest board she's created. The Metropolitan has this new rooftop garden space. It's got these incredible city views, but it's intimate enough for the kind of wedding you want. I scroll through the photos, my breath catching. Those sunset shots are incredible. Plus, it's got that blend of modern and classic that screams Carter Reynolds, but make it romantic. She winks, adjusting Elena's wrap while the baby lets out a contented sigh. Though I still think you should consider the botanical gardens for your ceremony. The way the light filters through those old oak trees is just magical. Carter would have a fit. Can you imagine him trying to keep his shoes clean on the garden paths? I shake my head, picturing his horrified expression at the thought of mud on his Italian leather shoes. He'd probably try to have the whole place paved before saying I do. We both burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from nearby tables. An elderly couple smiles warmly at us. Oh, what about these for centerpieces? I flip to another tagged page, my finger tracing the elegant design. White orchids with gold-dipped leaves. They're sophisticated but not stuffy. I think they look stunning against the Metropolitan's crystal chandeliers. Add some burgundy roses in there. And it's perfect. Chantal reaches for her phone again, shifting Elena to her other arm. Jonas knows a florist who does amazing floral work. Let me show you what she did for this wedding last month. She transformed an ordinary ballroom into something straight out of a fairy tale. Elena stirs, making tiny protest noises, and Chantal automatically starts swaying in her chair, a practiced motion that immediately soothes the baby. The way you do that without even thinking about it, I gesture to her natural mothering instincts. Chantal's knowing smile softens. You'll get there. Trust me. One day you'll be doing the same thing with your own little one, and it'll feel as natural as breathing. My hand drifts to the wedding binder, tracing the gold embossing on its cover. The weight of everything, the wedding plans, my growing relationship with Mia, the future stretching before us, settles over me like a warm blanket. It's funny, I say, watching Elena's peaceful face as she dozes. When Carter first proposed that contract marriage, I thought I was just helping him create stability for Mia. Now here we are, planning a real wedding, and I'm getting this whole beautiful package. A husband who loves me, an amazing stepdaughter, and friends like you who make everything feel possible. That's what family does. Chantal reaches across the table, careful not to disturb Elena, and squeezes my hand. We hold each other up. And honey, you deserve every bit of happiness coming your way. The morning sun streams through the cafe windows, casting a golden glow across our spread of wedding magazines and color swatches. Elena's soft breathing mingles with the gentle cafe music, and Chantal's steady presence grounds me in this perfect moment. You know what? I gather up a handful of burgundy and gold swatches, holding them to the light. I think I'm ready for all of it. The wedding, being Mia's stepmom, building this life with Carter. It's not just about planning the perfect day anymore. It's about celebrating everything we've become. Now, that's what I call a bride's glow. Chantal beams at me, adjusting Elena's wrap with practiced ease. And just think, soon enough, we'll be having play dates with all our kids together. The image fills my heart. Future afternoons with Mia, Elena, and Kinsley, playing while we watch. Our family circles expanding and intertwining. Carter's love has given me more than just a partner. It's given me a whole world of connections I never knew I was missing.
Chapter 29. Carter. The morning sun bathes the rooftop in golden light, transforming the glass-enclosed venue into a shimmering crystal palace. I adjust my bow tie for the 100th time, surveying the meticulous arrangements we've spent these last few weeks perfecting. White roses and lilies cascade from crystal vases, their petals catching the light like scattered diamonds. Mr. Reynolds, the florist needs your approval on the arch placement. One of the coordinators approaches with a tablet. Move it 3 feet to the left. The sunrise needs to frame it perfectly when she walks down the aisle. I point to the exact spot, watching as the crew repositions the elaborate floral arch. My phone buzzes. At first, I think it's another message from my best man, Jonas, probably running late as usual. Instead, it's a text from Chantal. Zuri looks like a princess. A smile tugs at my lips. Of course she does. She could wear a paper bag and still take my breath away. But today, knowing she's getting ready somewhere in this building, probably fussing over every detail just like I am, it makes my heart race in a way no business deal ever has. I never thought I'd be the type to get this worked up over a wedding, but here I am, acting like some lovesick teenager. So the champagne delivery is here early. Another coordinator waves from the service entrance, clipboard clutched to her chest. Direct them to the cooling station we set up, and make sure they're using the crystal flutes, not the standard ones. I bark out the orders with practiced efficiency. Everything has to be perfect. She deserves nothing less. I walk the perimeter of the venue, checking every detail with the same intensity I use to scrutinize merger contracts. The custom-built dance floor gleams, its surface reflecting the morning light like polished glass. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the city skyline, while billowing white drapes soften the modern architecture. I pause at one of the tables, adjusting a place card that's slightly askew. Some might call it obsessive, but when you've built an empire from the ground up, you learn that excellence lies in the details. The string quartet is set up in the east corner, Mr. Reynolds. The music coordinator approaches. Would you like to review the processional piece again? No need. I know every note by heart now, just like I know exactly how many steps it'll take Zuri to reach me at the altar. 23. I counted during rehearsal, though I doubt anyone noticed. A gentle breeze carries the scent of roses across the rooftop, and for a moment I pause at the spot where I'll be standing in just a couple hours, where I'll watch her walk toward me in white, where I'll finally be able to call her my wife. My real wife. The first guests filter onto the rooftop, their gasps of delight echoing across the space. I watch from near the bar as they take in the spectacle, crystal chandeliers suspended from clear tent panels, catching light in rainbow prisms. Each table tells its own story with towering centerpieces of white roses and orchids, exactly as Zuri sketched out during our planning sessions. "Daddy, look at my dress!" Mia spins toward me, her white tulle skirt floating around her like a cloud. Her dark curls bounce with each twirl, the flower crown staying miraculously in place. "You look beautiful, princess!" I catch her mid-spin, lifting her up. "Ready for your big moment?" "I've been practicing." She wiggles down and demonstrates her pedal-tossing technique, an imaginary basket in her hands. Chantal helped me get it just right. More guests arrive, their voices creating a pleasant hum of excitement. I spot Jonas leading his family to their seats, Elena sleeping peacefully in Chantal's arms, while Kinsley trails behind them, already eyeing the dessert table. "Mr. Reynolds, this is magnificent." Mrs. Chen, one of our top investors, approaches with her husband. "The view alone is worth the trip uptown. Thank you for coming." I shake their hands, but my attention keeps drifting to Mia as she darts between tables, greeting everyone with infectious enthusiasm. She stops at the photo display we set up, a timeline of moments leading to today. Her small finger traces the edges of a picture where she's sandwiched between Zuri and me at the park, all of us laughing at something long forgotten. "That's my favorite one, too," I tell her, coming up behind her. "We look like a real family." "We are a real family." I squeeze her shoulder. "And after today, it'll be official." She beams up at me, then spots another arriving guest and races off, her white dress floating behind her like wings. Jonas appears at my side, adjusting his cufflinks. "You good, man?" "Never better." I straighten my posture, watching the last guests find their seats. The string quartet transitions into a softer melody, setting the mood as sunshine streams through the glass panels above. My palms are starting to sweat a bit. I wipe them against my tuxedo pants, earning a knowing smirk from Jonas. "Shut up," I mutter. "Didn't say a word." He rocks back on his heels, grinning. The officiant takes her position, nodding to signal the ceremony's start. The quartet shifts into the processional music, and my throat tightens. This is it. Chantal glides down the aisle first, her burgundy dress flowing with each step. Then comes my little princess, Mia, her face lit up with pure joy as she scatters rose petals along the white runner. She takes her job so seriously, I have to bite back a smile. The music swells. Everyone rises. And there she is. Zuri appears in the doorway that leads onto the rooftop, bathed in golden morning light. Her dress, God, her dress. It hugs her curves before flowing out into a trail of delicate lace and silk. The sunlight catches the intricate beading across her bodice, making her shimmer with each step. But it's her smile that steals my breath. Pure, radiant happiness transforms her entire face. Her eyes lock with mine across the space between us, and everything else fades away. The guests, the music, even Jonas's presence beside me. There's just Zuri moving toward me with grace that makes my heart stutter. She's halfway down the aisle when a tear escapes down her cheek. Even from here, I can see it sparkle in the sunlight. My own vision blurs, and I don't bother fighting it. 23 steps. I counted during rehearsal, but now each one feels like an eternity as I watch her approach, carrying my whole world with her. As Zuri reaches me, her hand trembles slightly when I take it in mine. The morning sun catches in her veil, creating a halo effect that makes my chest tight. "You're breathtaking," I whisper, only for her ears. Her fingers squeeze mine in response, and that simple gesture grounds me in this moment. The officiant's voice carries across the rooftop, welcoming our gathered loved ones. I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Jonas with his trademark grin, Chantal dabbing at her eyes while bouncing Elena, my executive team from Reynolds Enterprises trying to maintain their professional composure and failing miserably. But it's Mia who captures my attention as she stands beside Zuri, clutching her little basket of petals and beaming up at us both. This isn't just about Zuri and me. It's about completing our family. The string quartet's melody wraps around us like silk as we turn to face each other. Zuri's eyes meet mine, those beautiful hazel depths swimming with unshed tears. "I, Zuri," her voice rings clear and strong despite the emotion. "Take you, Carter, to be my husband. I promise to stand by your side, to love Mia as my own, to be your partner in all things." A tear escapes down her cheek. "I vow to challenge you when you need it, support you when you falter, and love you completely, even when you're being impossibly stubborn." Quiet laughter ripples through our guests. My throat tightens as I begin my own vows. "I, Carter, take you, Zuri, to be my wife." My voice comes out rougher than intended. "You walked into my life as my assistant and became my everything. I promise to love you fiercely, protect you always, and remind you daily why you chose me." I have to pause, overwhelmed by the depth of emotion in her gaze. "I vow to be the man you deserve, the father our daughter needs, and to never take for granted the gift of your love." The officiant's voice fades into the background as I drink in every detail of Zuri's face. Tears cling to her lashes. Her hands are warm in mine, grounding me in this perfect moment. Around us, our guests lean forward in their seats, caught up in the gravity of our promises. I spot Mrs. Chen dabbing at her eyes with a silk handkerchief. Even my usually stoic CFO looks misty-eyed. Mia bounces on her toes beside Zuri, still clutching her flower basket. Her smile could power the whole city. "By the power vested in me," the officiant's voice rises with warmth, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." She pauses, her eyes twinkling. "Carter, you may kiss your bride." I cup Zuri's face in my hands, thumbs brushing away happy tears. Her lips meet mine with a passion that makes me forget we have an audience. Cheers erupt across the rooftop, echoing off the glass walls. Someone, probably Jonas, whistles. The string quartet strikes up a celebratory tune as we break apart, both laughing through our tears. Mia launches herself at our legs, and I scoop her up between us, making our first moment as husband and wife a family embrace. Applause thunders around us. Rose petals shower down, a surprise I arranged with the event team. They cascade through the morning light, turning the air into a swirl of white and gold. "I love you," Zuri whispers against my ear as we hold each other close, our daughter giggling between us.
Chapter 30. Zuri. The moment the door to our luxury suite clicks shut, Carter's hands are on me, his lips claiming mine with an urgency that steals my breath away. He tastes of champagne and desire, a heady mix that sends my senses reeling. His strong arms wrap around my waist, pulling me flush against him, the heat of his body igniting a fire within me. "Finally," he murmurs against my lips, his voice a low growl that vibrates through me. "I've been waiting all day to get you alone." I laugh softly, my heart fluttering with anticipation. "Is that so? And what do you intend to do with me now that you have me all to yourself?" His eyes darken, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "I have a few ideas, and that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure."
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, We've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. A smile spreads across my face. Unbidden, impossible to contain. I'm happy, truly, genuinely happy. This wasn't supposed to happen. This wasn't part of the plan, the arrangement. But here we are, and it feels so damn right. Carter lifts his head, his eyes meeting mine. A slow, sexy smile curves his lips. "What are you grinning about?" he rasps out. I chuckle, my hands tracing lazy patterns on his back. I was just thinking, our fake marriage arrangement led to this. I mean, who would have thought? Carter's smile widens, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "I did," he says, his voice filled with confidence. "It was bound to happen, Zuri. The love, the connection. It was there from the start. We just needed to give it a chance." His words send a warm flush through me. Not of embarrassment, but of pure joy. He's right. It was there all along, simmering beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to ignite. And now that it has, I can't imagine going back to the way things were. I don't want to.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.